Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing out there on this fine Monday morning here? I know I'm really loud. My audio's all messed up. So I'll be right back. Andre, take over.
Certainly. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to Midnight's Edge in the morning on this Monday, which is not that lovely. Tom lied completely because he just saw the new Turtles trailer from his favorite Seth Rogan. So I look forward to hearing his take on that, but I think will be well advised for him to fix his audio issues and lower the volume first, because that's going to increase anyway. But that aside, we are also joined by the rest of our lovely panel for today, beginning with Mr. Chato. How's it going?
I'm doing good. The world is fine. Snow is melting. It's good.
All good there then. And we're also joined by Chris Gore. How are you, my friend?
Doing great, Andre. I'm waking up, so coffee is being infused as we speak. So there you go.
Fantastic. Coffee is good in the morning, and it is, of course, morning in LA, which this is time too, just so that we can wake up Chris and calm down when he comes join us and stuff like that.
Right.
Someone who's been up for a little while already, who has his coffee, is Cultured Casino. How's it going?
Fantastic. Great 6 minute daily. Just an incredibly wonderful way to start the week on a Monday. I'm glad to be here.
Yes,
we have some things to talk about.
It's an incredible news day today, isn't it?
It is, sort of.
And we also have Script Doctor here. How are you?
I am well. I've been up for the last 5 hours working away on things. It's been a good morning, good start to the week for me, even though there's lots of weird technical issues going on the internet side of things.
Yeah, there are. We have like these audio issues in StreamYard, as Tom can testify to. There's a thing on Twitter right now where you suddenly can't send documents and even links, where that is an issue. And speaking of issues, Tom, are you with us? Of course you're with us, but is your mic issues like somewhat with us as well?
I don't know. Is it?
Yeah, it's loud and clear. Emphasis on loud.
Why is it so loud? I don't understand.
Well,
one day it's too quiet. One day it's too loud. I don't understand what to do that I'm changing. I'm not doing anything with the settings. It's really frustrating. It's StreamYards and Google, and they need to fix it. Whatever it is they're doing, they need to fix it.
Yeah, well, I think they tried to fix it.
I don't know.
Overcompensated, which is why it's too loud right now.
Because I can't change it. Nothing I'm doing is adjusting anything.
Okay. If you step a little bit away from the mic, will that help?
I'm like 5 feet away from the mic now.
That helped.
I can't conduct the show like this. Hang on.
Well, meanwhile, while Tom is trying to sort that out, before we get into the news proper here, some of us have been watching The Last of Us. Have you not, Mr. Chato and Chris Gore? How is that going? Is it still as good as you said that it was a couple of weeks ago?
Who's going to go first?
You go ahead, Paul.
I'm really enjoying it. Against everybody who's played the game or watched the game or whatever and complaining about every single nuance that is not similar to the game, or how come Ellie is so heroic and is able to get out of situations on her own, and et cetera, et cetera. There's always going to be somebody complaining about it, but this was a very compelling, super creepy, very well done episode that hinged on the very end of the previous episode, where spoiler alert, Joel ended up killing someone, and they were a member of a town, and a religious zealot was holding court. And I thought this was an Emmy-winning performance by the girl who plays Ellie, which I'm terrible with names. It was fantastic.
Yeah, Paul, I'm right there with you. This particular episode And they've been, I think part of the frustration with the season is, the way that they've kind of done episodes kind of off the main characters or whatnot. It was the episode 3, which I thought was a very good episode, which could have come later in the series, maybe even as in a second season, who knows? But I really enjoyed this episode. I thought Ellie's character was tested, and
Yep.
we see she doesn't always win. She can be outwitted. You can see her kind of learning. Like the guy who was the religious leader is like, you can't survive on your own. You're just this little girl, right? And he physically dominates her, which would be accurate in real life. She finds a way to, get out of certain situations. I don't want to go into specifics or blow by blow or anything.
No.
All I'm saying is I think it's I'm enjoying the show as you are as well, Paul. I think that I've played I played the game and just sort of 3-4 hours into the first game. It doesn't bother. I mean, look, games and movies are different, but has this captured the essence of the game? I believe it has, although I'm speaking not from having played the entire game, but I'm really enjoying the show. My concern is the events that occur later in the story in the game being accurate to the game. What I'm hoping is they go beyond that. But the reveal near the end of this episode in the last third, which we shouldn't talk about, is so ghastly, so horrifying, and so realistic. Yeah, it's great. It's so well done. So I'm all about it. It's I think it's fantastic. It's just really good TV. And I think that some of my concern is, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I agree. I think one of the tricks that they've done is they've put the show on a metronome. And then when something really, as you said, ghastly happens, it's way more effective. You're not being pumped full of adrenaline constantly. For instance, I watched Bullet Train last night, and at the hour and a half mark, I had it. And as great, as fun a film as it is, and this, it's almost like the way they do a horror movie, where you're going to get a jump scare, but this is more like a situational scare based on the rhythm of the show. And it's really superb writing.
Well, it's like what have I heard some horror directors say? There's only 2 types of scares. One is a jump scare, right, which we're well familiar with, which is often abused, and it's sort of a cheap scare. And then there's a scare that is the slow burn wind up, where the audience knows what's going to happen and but the characters in the film / TV show, whatever, they have no idea what's coming, but we know what's coming. And then so we're just waiting. What is the outcome of what we're seeing transpire behind the character's back? So this show does like a great job of using both, and I feel like what this did was, because we've seen throughout the show that Joel and Ellie do not get along. I think this is the event that brought them together. I don't want to talk about third act for this episode, but this particular episode solidified their relationship.
I think so.
Yeah, where it goes from here, who knows? But I'll tell you, and also it was cool to just see Joel be a badass. When he interrogates 2 people from this town, and that scene is just brutal. Nothing is going to stop. He doesn't care. It's really great to see these characters change. They've really changed from the beginning. I mean, I found a couple of the episodes, I found Ellie a little bit annoying. And I think she has learned from this particular experience, been humbled, knowing what her limits are, knowing what she needs to lean into. But I really, really enjoyed this episode. And next week is the season finale, which is
there's only 9 episodes.
Yeah, next week is the season finale, March 12th, which is the same night of the Oscars.
Well, I'd rather watch this.
Well, true, but that's only an hour. The Oscars will be
8 hours.
It'll be too long and boring. So, but
I think one of the interesting things that has come up a lot is how Ellie, played by Bella, I looked her up, I forgot. Sorry, Bella Ramsey, is much more self-reliant in this show compared to the game, and Joel is much more heroic and badass in the game. And I don't mind the split they've chosen for this at all. And even the previous episode where we find out how she got bit, and we knew what was happening with her chum.
Right.
I found it was a really good episode. It was well done. And this one in particular, maybe is the best episode of the bunch so far.
Yeah, I agree. It's been a really good build. It's refreshing to see a show that starts off good and gets better with every episode and takes risks. I thought that episode 3 was a big risk, but I thought it was very well done. I thought it's interesting to see gay characters that aren't a stereotype, a Hollywood stereotype, right? I mean, you could easily argue that those gay characters were conservative, based on their love of guns, their neck beards, you know what I mean? Like, they're, preppers, like, it's just like, well, that's sort of more of a, I thought it was great. I thought it was a really great episode. It wasn't built around the two characters being gay, like I feel like the company that is probably the worst at creating gay characters has to be Disney. They literally
absolutely.
They're so terrible because all they do is lean into stereotypes rather than just build fully formed characters who just happen to be gay people from my experience, that's all the gay people I've met are just regular people. Their sex life works a little different. They're attracted to different people. Other than that, we're the same. And the person the company that does that the worst is Disney. It's literally like they're doing like the gay version of blackface. That's what Disney does.
I think that's a great point.
Yeah.
So basically what you're saying is that this show is succeeding where Disney is failing, because they're just shoving it in your face and making a mockery and clowns out of anyone really that falls within the LGBTQ bracket, whereas this one does it relatively naturally then, or more organically, because I haven't seen it yet myself.
I did a video where I thought Hollywood and to concur with Chris that Disney has leaned into this so badly. I argue with people that no, this show is actually not woke. Just because it has gay characters, there's people out there who can no longer tell the difference. Partly because they don't want to, and that's their shizzle. Fine.
Mostly, though, it is actually the fault of most of Hollywood that has been beaten and abused the regular audience for so much that you can't fault them for becoming like overtly sensitive.
Right, and
we have a saying in Norway: "Brent barn skyr ilden." That was not a call to Cthulhu. That was basically translates a burned child fears fire, and this is kind of like what's going on. Everyone has been so burned and is now so used to messaging, and we're seeing it in the box office where Disney is being punished for it. So with that, let us transition into the box office real quick before we do a couple of these. Actually, let's begin with the super.
We should probably do some super chats. How am I sounding now? Am I still too loud?
You're still too loud.
Yeah,
Oh, for crying out loud! What the hell?
Turn down the volume on your computer, on your mic.
I have done everything. I've taken it down. It's down to like.
Have you tried plugging it back in?
Yes, I have actually, Chris. It's other whenever you use other stupid things besides.
Can you reduce the volume physically on your mic?
I have. It's down to like nothing. It is literally turned all the way down. I don't understand what is going on.
Try the computer setting.
You know what?
Just unplugging everything. I don't know what the fucking deal is.
Just Tom, go into another room and talk.
Go, yeah. Yeah, just
He's gone. He's embarrassed. But we can do the box office without him.
Yeah, let's do
Oh,
a couple of these super chats here. Because
ready.
leading into the box office, Final Smash 1689 says for $5. How's Kevin Feige got to be feeling right now with Ant-Man disappointing and the Marvels on the way? Will Guardians be enough to save Marvel this year? So yeah, let's bring up the box office real quick here. I do have it here. Usually I would let Tom do this, so you just have to bear with me for 1 second, because it takes all the more time when the boss man does this shit himself, or myself, as it were.
Oh, look at that.
So yeah, here we then have this weekend's box office. At number 1, we have Creed 3, which collected 58.6 million over the 3-day weekend. Now, this I've seen is being celebrated in the trades as this huge, massive, monumental opening. To which I would just like to point out that when you account for the increase in ticket sales, we are talking attendance-wise pretty much the same thing as Creed 2. Which is still good, and it's a huge victory for all involved, but let's not get overexcited here. It's doing the same as Creed 2. And then at the number 2 spot, we have Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, which came in at 12.4 million now in its third week, or third weekend, we should say, which is a 61% drop from last week's 70% drop. So that's another substantial drop at this rate, because at this time now is when drops should be smaller and smaller every single weekend. And they should be smaller than 61% ideally. Like now is when you want like the drops to be in the 50% range, 40% range, not 61%, because that basically shows that it's kind of pretty much dead already. Then you have Cocaine Bear, which gathered 11 million. Take notice of that. Now, Cocaine Bear in its second weekend is single digit, like less than 2 million away from what Ant-Man and Quantumania did. Next weekend, it might actually beat Ant-Man Quantumania. And then at fourth place, we have Demon Slayer Super, opened at 10.1 million, which for a very limited specialty release is pretty darn good. So the only thing that stands out here is not good in any way, shape, or form is Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, which is dropping pretty significantly. And at this rate, this movie is not going to break even.
No.
This movie is going to lose Disney money. It's going to lose Disney somewhere at the absolute best case scenario. This is going to lose Disney from 50 to 70 million at the most optimistic range. Probably it's going to lose them around 100 million or more. So this is basically doing the same thing as Lightyear and Strange World did for them in terms of what it's going to deliver at the box office. This cannot be a good start for Phase 5. There is no way to spin this, although they are trying. Mr. Gore, going back to this question, do you think that Marvel are nervous right now with these box office numbers?
100%, 60%, nearly 70% drop second weekend. 60% drop going into the third weekend is not a good trend. And you've taken a beloved brand, and now it's tarnished. I think it's tarnished. I think I really think there's Marvel fatigue. I mean, it used to be, without even asking all my friends, we were going to see the new Marvel movie opening weekend. All of them. We would just see, without even communicating, I'd see 20, 30 people I knew at the theater. Hey, we all got tickets for to see the film around the same showtime. That's not happening now. I'll talk to friends that say, well, this is anecdotal, but I think that this this makes a lot of sense. There is Marvel fatigue is real. I don't know that Guardians can save it. As much as Guardians of the Galaxy is very popular, we've had 2 movies, a Christmas special, a cartoon show, and 2 appearances of the Guardians in 2 other films. Well, 3 actually: Endgame, Infinity War, and Thor: Love and Thunder. So the Guardians, people have got their fill of the Guardians of the Galaxy. I think it will do a very good opening weekend, and in spite of how good the film is, which I expect it to be very good. What I've heard inside Disney is that James Gunn swung for the fences. He hits it. There's so many unexpected things that happen. Fans will be pleased and surprised. And I've heard from someone, the person who told me that Ant-Man was not going to be very good, which that source turned out to be true, is telling me Guardians is excellent. I don't think that's good enough. I think even a good Marvel movie at this point is still a movie I can see on Disney Plus 45 days later.
Yeah.
And still a movie that I'm not going to rush to see. In addition, these movies now are dominated by the premium format theaters, which is IMAX, IMAX 3D, Dolby Digital, with the signature recliners. And I will say that makes a difference. If I'm going to book a film that I'm going to see, it's important for me how I see it. And premium format is my number one choice. I have avoided films that, well, it's not in premium format. I'll see it at another time. So that's dominated it. I really believe that Avatar should have stayed in premium format theaters longer. Ant-Man took over almost all of those options, and Avatar was doing just fine. So I really think this just is Marvel fatigue, and I think it isn't even character specific. It's now the brand, and I think you could see something. Gary from Neurotic and I were talking about it, that the Marvels could be a Marvel movie that opens under 100 million.
Yeah.
So it could be like
sure.
40 or 60, right? Like,
yeah, I think it's going to open around 65 to 70 million dollars. I think that's where that film's going to open, and that's in November.
It could even just go direct to Disney Plus. I mean, what I've heard from Alan Ng from Film Threat, he saw like they showed this scene, they showed like sort of an extended teaser, not an official trailer, but something that was cut for D23, and all he said was, "This isn't for us. It's a young girls Disney Plus show. It's effectively Ms. Marvel season 2." Does that make sense?
Wow.
So that's the way
it makes perfect sense. I don't want
right.
to interrupt you, but just to put that into context, what was Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania if not Loki season 1.5? What was Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness if not WandaVision season 2? I can perfectly believe that the Marvels is Miss Marvel season 2, just as Captain Marvel was the prequel to Miss Marvel, and it goes that way. So basically, before seeing that movie, the audience's homework isn't just watching Captain Marvel, they must have seen Miss Marvel on Disney Plus too.
Right. Don't forget WandaVision for the other
series,
Marvel.
but hardly anyone has seen it.
And isn't that telling? And that recently Feige came out and said, well, maybe after people see the Marvels, they'll go back and watch Miss Marvel on Disney Plus. And I went, you're an idiot.
But why exactly? But why? It doesn't. I don't know.
Look, turning this back around on this conversation about Ant-Man and Wasp and Marvel fatigue specifically, Chris, this film should be over $300 million in week 3 right now. Domestically, you shouldn't be looking at a number, a total domestic gross of $187 million. This should be way bigger than that.
Let's put this into context.
Yeah.
This movie is not going to outgross Ant-Man and the Wasp, and there's a very real chance it might not outgross the first Ant-Man. And this is the beginning of Phase 5. This was widely advertised as one of the mythology-rich movies that you kind of have to see just to get your understanding of everything that's going on here. And people chose, or more people than usual chose to skip out on it. Tom has previously calculated that about 70% of the built-in Marvel audience is gone, and those are numbers that I believe. So, Chris, yeah, I agree that there is Marvel fatigue, but that Marvel fatigue has specifically been brought on by bad Marvel movies and bad Disney Plus series, where the magic that caused Marvel to be successful in the first place just isn't there anymore. And many have argued that, well, they have these shitty characters now that no one knows. And this is true, but you know what? You could say the same thing about Iron Man. You could have said the same thing about Thor. You could have said the same thing about Ant-Man back in the day. But now it's an issue, and it wasn't before. Something is different behind the scenes.
Here's how we'll know, because what we've seen is Phase 4, a lot of weak and mediocre product, right? And here's the real test: when there's a good Marvel movie, because there will be a good Marvel movie. I expect Guardians 3 to might perhaps be that movie. There will be a good Marvel movie, and it will still not perform well. That's how you know the brand is damaged. And by all accounts, people said that Andor was a good show. I thought it was very different. I thought it was too little, too late. But Andor, there are people that enjoyed Andor. Still, people didn't watch it, right? But if Andor had come out, maybe when the sequels were still being released, people might have responded differently. I think you've got too much. There can be too much of a good thing. If you told me when I was a kid that, you'd be getting Star Wars sequels and Star Wars TV shows and I wouldn't care about them, I wouldn't have believed you. But now I understand, right? Like, there would be a third Ant-Man movie and I would be disappointed by it. First of all, I'm shocked there was a first Ant-Man movie. I think really it's too much, and it's turned into product. It's turned into content, not a movie. It's product and content. And that's it's disheartening to see, but this is my thought is it's really Guardians 3, because what else do they have after that, right? So Guardians 3 underperforms and disappoints box office wise, in spite of being a good film. That is a bad trend, and you're going to see shows get canceled. You're going to see plans be pulled back. That is budgets. You're going to see a lot more movies shot in the volume, right, or against green screen, a lot more. And it's going to change the strategy going forward for Marvel. It's going to be, it's going to be a shrinkflation situation.
Well, isn't it?
Since it started with Ant-Man, I just want to shoot in real quick. The next thing they have, the next sure thing, or the closest thing to a sure thing after Guardians, Deadpool.
Yes.
In a year and a half. Cultured, you were saying?
No, just that this film is pacing the same way as the 2018 film, and this is despite a over 20% increase in box office ticket costs. So you're looking at the same pace for Ant-Man and Wasp film from 2018.
It's going to be lucky to make $300 million.
Exactly, and that's the problem. And that's where it should be sitting, right? With a 20% price increase, et cetera, et cetera. And that's why when Tom, and I both figured, somewhere between 65 and 72% of this audience for Marvel is now gone. I think that's right in line with the performance of the last couple of films. And the fact that there is zero rewatchability. I mean, Chris, how many times did you go see Endgame? Or how many times did you go see, I think I saw the first Iron Man film like 4 times in the theater. So, I mean, I'm definitely one of the contributors to, that thing getting kicked off. But there were films I saw multiple times in the previous phases. And that's the other problem, is this is supposed to be the big bad. Kang is not a big bad. Kang is very disappointing. As a bad guy so far, and I'm like I said, I don't predict good things. I think we should be seeing the first under $500 million performance of a Marvel film in a while.
And I think that's a new effect that we are all feeling, that even the end game and the movie prior to it, I started watching them just to, do the old Lord of the Rings thing, rewatch the movies that I liked, and I didn't like them. Like I went, wow, these have no replayability for me, at least. It's not like The Matrix, which I've seen 50 times. It's funny, for all the bombast and how much I remember enjoying it when I first saw it, I got bored the second time around when I tried to watch them. I don't know how you guys feel.
I haven't gone back and rewatched anything from Phase 4.
Yeah, that's my point.
I haven't, and I noped out of all the Disney Plus Marvel stuff like very quickly. I'm just like, nah, not interested in the Bishop show. I'm not interested in Cap, Falcon Cap, whatever.
No,
I actually didn't hate Hawkeye until the end.
Well, I was just done. I mean, they literally pushed this kid that goes to the movies out of the movies. They did the same thing with Star Wars. So it's all Disney brands are imploding, collapsing, pick an adjective.
But what is it about them that the replayability is gone? So Daredevil on Netflix, season 1, watched it again. Oh, just thoroughly enjoyed it.
Amazing.
And there's a lot of movies now. It's not the same as pulling up Bullet with Steve McQueen and watching that again. They don't have it. I don't know what.
I have a theory. Bad writers and bad storytellers working on it. You replaced these storytellers with ideologues, and so the stories have no merit beyond seeing them the first time. And the only reason they're good the first time or passable the first time is the costumes on screen.
Well, the cultural references, I think, in the politics involved and all of that, Andre, I think that plays into it. I think the fact that you have the relatability of like a stale cracker, if with writing for a quote unquote a modern art audience, or with the constant trope of Orange Man bad. Well, there's no Orange Man around anymore. There's none of these things that you were pontificating about or preaching about at the time is even relevant. And a lot of these things have been in the can for a long time. I don't know, Script, what do you think? Am I on the right track?
I think it's a little bit of desperation, panic, trying to make a deadline, being told you have to do these, tick these boxes. The other part, too, is that the concept of subtext is kind of lacking greatly in modern cinema and modern television shows. I mean, lots of great stories back in the day addressed general political issues, but they did so in such a subtle way that didn't feel like it was being preachy. Today, some of the writers that are getting these big IPs are preaching because they don't know the art of subtlety. They don't even know how to do suspense properly.
Well, the dialogue is the subtext. It drives me nuts.
Yeah, the dialogue's trash.
I mean, we talked about The Last of Us. What was the motivation of the preacher for keeping Ellie around? Fantastic. And it became a reveal. So no, there's no subtext left in any of the Marvel or Disney products.
Well, the films that have been most successful have been, have either been better at subtly disguising any kind of political garbage, or there's just has been absent. There hasn't been that kind of subtext underneath the things that have been successful.
Well, it's funny because in Andor, most of the subtext was in the political discussions within the Empire part of it. Like all the parts with Diego Luna were boring as shit, and he's a boring actor. But all the Empire stuff with the intrigue that was happening in the politics, that's what I really enjoyed, because there was tons of subtext. No one was really ready to reveal what their nefarious plan was for their partner across the boardroom table. I mean, I thought, that was much, much better done.
Those scenes of the Empire were great, but the stuff that really stunk too, aside from the Andor, was the Mon Mothma.
Oh, terrible.
it was garbage. It was
Oh!
trash. It was pretentious. Yeah, it wasn't Star Wars, that's for sure.
That was terrible. And then the ending with the funeral, like it was horrible.
So when you say Diego Luna's is it because he's so flat in his performance?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It was all flat. Like,
okay. All right.
He had one face.
Okay. Well, that was
even when he shaved, it still remained the same face.
Wow. See,
See,
and
that's
that's
one expression. That was it.
So he's got resting
bitch face.
There you go. But it's I look at it and I'm like, well, that's the thing that started to get to me. And I'm one of those people that I absolutely love the show Narcos. I've been watching that and the multiple versions of it, including
You're just
Mexico.
getting into that.
And no, I've been watching it for a long time. And yeah, and Diego was he eventually started to become boring, right? I mean, a certain amount of detachment's required to play the character he is, but dude is just flat. So I don't know if that's just his performance abilities or not, but it's very
I think so. I think he's a boring actor. Anything I've seen him in, I don't have, didn't find him particularly appealing.
Yeah, I fell out of Mexico.
The other guy who was the Empire guy who got drummed out, the police guy, Cyril Karn, played by Kyle. He was great. I thought, wow, I wish the whole show was about him. Anyway, so yeah, that's no replayability, and certainly no one's going to rewatch Ant-Man Quantum Mania.
Well, I didn't, and to be fair, I would never have gone back and watched, the first one, Ant-Man and Wasp. The first film I enjoyed a lot.
Oh, it's great.
The second film was, in my opinion, garbage. But, the third film was, not even worthy of that title. I don't know. They got progressively worse as they went.
I might watch Bullet Train again because I just couldn't grasp everything the first time.
That was fun.
That was fun.
Whew.
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, you're going to have hits and misses. You're going to have films that go under the radar and everything else. You're going to have just a film that is not that's not relevant to its time. It doesn't fall within the zeitgeist, which I think maybe this third Ant-Man film just may have been that, but at the same time, it was really there to kick off this new phase or end the previous phase. I've heard some people argue that it was supposed to come at the end of phase.
Well, that's nothing to argue. That's a fact. It was meant to cap off phase 4.
Yeah.
And then my speculation, this is just my speculation, but my speculation then, now that that's established, is that they looked at the results of the rest of phase 4 and they realized this is awful. This is sinking the brand. We can't wait for Guardians of the Galaxy to kick off phase 5. We have to end this right now. And here with Quantumania, although this was meant to be the end cap, promising all of the Kangs to come, because when you look at it, it's obviously the end of phase 4, not the beginning of phase 5. But we can't wait, so we're just going to pretend that this is the new beginning, get audience excited for this product and then next product, and promise that now the horribleness of phase 4 is over, because now we're in phase 5. But as it turns out, still a nosedive.
And that's the problem, Andre, is all they're doing is thinking of the product. In the old days, what they did was take the star of the movie that was successful and find out how to reimagine that star's contribution in the next movie. Paul Rudd is now an afterthought.
Yeah.
That they have no idea how to make movies anymore. It's all about the machine and all about the product and all about the phases and things like that. No, your job with Ant-Man 2 and 3 is, how do I make the best use of this very likable actor? And they've lost that plot.
Well, there's more to it than that as well. Like the words you guys hit on that really stands out to me is rewatchability, right?
Yeah.
Like I sit here and I think to myself, in 10, 15 years from now, will I still want to sit down and watch Ant-Man? Will I still want to watch half these movies? I've already gotten to the point where I haven't seen the original Iron Man in maybe 5-6 years. And I mean, I'd like to see it sometime again, but I'm not jumping to see it because I've gotten to this point where none of these things scream out to me, watch me again. You miss me. You want to see me.
Well,
There's
they've
nothing
spoiled
visually
the
stunning
actors.
anymore.
Again, I go back to the fact that I will go back and rewatch a film because it's got Clark Gable in it, or
Right.
or Simone Signoret. I'll go, wow, you know what? I'd really like to see them again. And I'm not like, oh God, I want to see a Paul Rudd Ant-Man. No, not anymore, because they've killed it.
Yeah.
That's the problem, is that they have no idea how to deal with stars in the classic way.
Would you suggest that they've retroactively ruined their previous films' enjoyability?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
I completely agree with you.
Yeah. That's interesting. Like I said, there was a much darker story here before they reworked it, and it was going to be even more weighted on, young versus old, political ideology stuff. That was going to be a struggle between him and his daughter.
Sure, but it's still not an Ant-Man film.
No, it wasn't. But there was, until they retooled it, that's what you were going to get. You were going to get a very dark, even more socially conscious, not an audience story being told, in a battle between a father and a daughter. So
but that's not why I want to go see a Cary Grant film. It's going to be a certain way. This is the thing they've lost.
On the topic of the rewatchability of the earlier movies, I don't think they did themselves any favor when they tried to sell Kang as this new super duper threat. If you go back to the very first episode of Loki, when we have this time variance authority that goes in and wipes out alternate timelines, what do they use as paperweights? Infinity Stones. They explicitly tell you on screen in Loki that, that entire saga up until now, the one that everyone loved, the one that became a worldwide phenomenon, the biggest entertainment brand in the history of the world, bar none. Yeah, that was all bullshit. These Infinity Stones, they're paperweights here. So now, we'll be getting into the real deal here with Kang. And speaking of the real deal with Kang, that's also something I wanted to check your opinions about, because Jonathan Majors, who they're trying to sell as this savior of Marvel, basically, because he's Kang and everyone has to see that, even though he's a total loser who we've seen lose 2 times on screen already. And we've heard nothing about how he was beaten about all the other Kangs and everything. But anyway, Jonathan Majors, he was also in Creed 3 this weekend, which did really good. Again, it was able to retain the same audience attendance-wise as the previous movie. And he got good praise and everything for that. But then he was also asked about what does he think about the relative failure of Quantumania to garner good reviews. To which he said, and I paraphrase because I do not have the exact quote in front of me, but he basically said that, my people, they told me that my reviews were good, I did good, and then screw everyone else. He didn't use those exact words, but that was pretty much the sentiment. That he did good, he brought his A game, so whatever problems there were with the movie were not his problems. Wow. To me, that came across as a little bit condescending and a little bit backstabby of all the other peers of the movie. Chris, I'm curious. These comments, I'm sure you saw the quote itself. Is that something that will be taken kindly in Hollywood, or will other people notice that? Like, is Majors established enough to be making those kinds of comments just yet?
Well, an actor said something stupid in an interview, so it must be a Tuesday. Well,
that happens all the time, but this time he kind of threw the director, writer, everyone else under the bus. Basically, he said that I did amazing, so that's the problem must be everyone else.
Well, if I recall, the comment was something simple like, "Well, my people say my reviews were good." I don't know that he necessarily said anything directly negative about Peyton Reed or the rest of the cast. But I feel like also these actors get interviewed so much. Red carpet interviews is the cleaning toilets of covering entertainment in Hollywood. I've only done it a few times when I was working for G4, and I felt like a moron and an idiot while I was doing it. But in any case, so it's the only time I ever feel sorry for actors is when I've done junket interviews or those kinds of things, because they're caught off guard many times. Actors are used to being fed lines that they repeat in an emotional and convincing way, but many of them are not good at interviews. So I really don't hold stupid comments said by actors against them. He might have just said it just sort of off the top of his head. Except for, what's her name? The director of Cocaine Bear, when she was just factually inaccurate.
About Spielberg.
Yeah, about
Elizabeth
Spielberg.
Banks.
That was very ignorant of her. She should know better. I hope she was thoroughly embarrassed.
You know what? Even if it was true, don't diss Steven Spielberg. Like
he look, the industry exists today. The summer blockbuster was created by Jaws, and Steven Spielberg rode that through other movies, right? Close Encounters, E.T. His early career is just filled with the Hollywood blockbuster.
Yep.
So, and I might recommend a podcast. It's on Spotify. It's just called Blockbuster, and it's about the friendship between George Lucas and Steven Spielberg as they were kind of both making their movies, and each of them gave points. Like Lucas gave Spielberg points in Star Wars and vice versa with Jaws. It was like a bet that they but it's a dramatized series. It's like 2.5 hours long. It is very good, and you'll learn a lot about those two in the beginning stages of Hollywood. So if anything, Spielberg saved Hollywood back when the movie business it was evolving and changing and failing quite a bit in the late 60s and 70s. But yeah, I don't know. Those kind of comments don't bother me that much. I need to know the context. It doesn't ruin the movie for me. I'm used to ignoring actors, just ignoring them altogether. I think, honestly, just having covered film for more than 3 decades, to me, actors are the least interesting part of the process. I prefer to talk to writers. I prefer to talk to directors. On occasion, a producer that is a creative producer. And there are, more rare than not, actors that understand the process, that understand the craft, that are filmmakers in their own right. I would say people like Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise fit into that category, where they understand film, and they understand. What's that?
Oh, sorry. Mel Gibson and Mel Brooks. I was watching History of the World earlier.
Yeah, no,
Mel
of course,
Gibson knows his craft and directing and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So on-camera talent. So actors saying something stupid. When do they say something smart? It's very rare. But I will say, there's a link in I don't know if you want to talk about this, but Andre, you were talking about something about like this content and how just Marvel is product. Justine Bateman, I remember who Justine Bateman is.
Oh yeah, Family Ties.
Yeah, Paul Chato knows who Justine Bateman is. Look,
there was a time when she was more famous than her brother, let's say.
Right. So she wrote an essay on her Instagram. I talked about this on the Film Thread YouTube channel. It's a very interesting theory where she talks about that the audience's senses have been so dulled by content that Netflix could easily just do AI generated content and nobody would notice the drop in quality or the difference.
We're getting there.
So she writes this whole essay about how, I don't know if you may want to read it. My voice is not so great right now, but we talked about this on the Film Thread, one of our live streams on Film Thread on our Wednesday 1 p.m. live stream, and it sparked a whole discussion about where entertainment is going. There's 2 big takeaways from her post called The End of Art, which is about how AI generated content is the reality going forward. You're going to see it. I predict it's going to be most of children's programming will be made this way because it'll be so inexpensive, and there'll be a lot of experiments. She talks about how she has a friend who's an actress who has her entire face scanned. So if they need to do reshoots or something else, they actually have her face in there.
That's actually becoming more common, Chris. In fact, we were talking to Gary Tunnicliffe before, and he had flat out mentioned that that's kind of the future of films. All these actors have been getting themselves scanned for the last few years. They get it done every few years. And
And
at
they use
some
it for-
point, they're going to basically have a database of all these actors and shit.
Well, they use it for merchandise too, as well. You know, that's why-
There's a lot of reasons they use it for, but yeah.
Yeah, that's why, like, you know, action figure heads are more accurate looking to the original characters. But I think this is an interesting essay, Andre. I don't mean to hijack the show, but I have sent this link to other YouTubers I think that should pay attention to this and should react to this, because it is so important. Justine Bateman, by the way, has evolved into a director. She made an independent film, actually starring Olivia Munn, of all people, that played at South by Southwest, I think a year or two ago. So, you know, she does a very thoughtful, she does like a weekly clubhouse thing about movies. But I found her insight very interesting because she's, you know, was in the industry, is on camera, now a director, but she sort of sees things from many different sides. And I'm just curious what your thoughts are on this.
Oh, well, we're already here when it comes to music, right? Because 90% of the music you hear is already
talked about it. Yeah.
Yeah. So the movies are coming. I've seen it already with some of this AI art. We've seen how they're able to not only alter, you know, their mouths in movies, but they can alter the sound now. Like I covered an article before where they were showing how basically no matter what country you were from, you could watch a movie with Jack Nicholson and he would sound like Jack Nicholson, but he would be speaking French, or he'd be speaking Spanish, or he'd be speaking, you know, Swahili, whatever it is that, you know, that they have. And it looks like his lips are moving in sync with the sound, and it sounds like Jack Nicholson. It doesn't sound like it's overdubbed. That's just the first level. We're getting to the level where sooner or later, like you said, Chris, you're just going to be able to plug in certain things into a computer and it will literally spit you out a movie.
Well, not just
right?
that. First of all, there's two things from that.
I was just going to mention Sim 1 is becoming very real. Yes.
You're going to see actors we haven't seen in movies in years, and we're going to see older actors, maybe John Wayne, maybe James Dean's likeness was licensed from his family to star in a new movie. Look that up. I don't know.
I remember 30 years ago they were saying this was going to be a problem when Forrest Gump came out and stuff like that.
Right.
And they even had like the commercial with Fred Astaire and stuff. But now a lot of these actors are actually signing off their rights for the future.
I can't wait to see Romance of the Pink Panther, finally with Peter Sellers, directed by Blake Edwards, even though both are dead. So,
and the script already exists. So here's my other takeaway from this is what's interesting about this is you're going to see independent films toe in toe, like quality wise, production value wise, as good or better than Hollywood. You could see a very ambitious person who understands. Now, just to be clear, AI art, you know, I've seen friends play with it. Mostly they just do photos of themselves. Typical, right? But you're going to see people, I believe AI is another tool like a brush or, you know, Photoshop. It still needs to be in the hands of an artist and a creative behind the scenes, but it's capable of generating. You could remake the Star Wars sequels in AI with Luke, Han, and Leia actually reuniting in a scene, and it sounds like Harrison Ford, Carrie Fisher, and Mark Hamill. That could happen. But she talks about in this essay, just follow her on Instagram, _ Justine Bateman _ and this essay, I just think it's worth reading. My voice is just killing me. I would just love to get your reaction to her. Basically, I think she's predicting the future of entertainment in this essay. It's a very brief essay.
I think the challenge is the dumbing down of the audience.
It's already been dumbed down. It's already been dumbed down because
that's my point.
Look at the Marvel TV shows. The audiences want for quality work has already been diminished.
Yes, that's already been eroded. That they don't know what quality is. I mean, just so you know, I have been offshoring all my jokes on these shows to India, for a while now. So I don't write them myself on Midnight's Edge. I get them offshored in India. It's cheaper if I don't write the jokes myself, and it's
Yeah.
I do have to edit them because there's an awful lot of tandoori references, which I didn't think was going to be particularly useful here. But I'm also interested in Justine Bateman's career arc, because when I was head of TV comedy at CBC, I went down and met the crew. And while I didn't get to speak to any of the actors, there was a very big cloud over Justine that she was basically left alone. They didn't like her for whatever reason. I couldn't figure it out, but I didn't get it. It was really, really interesting. Nobody liked her. And nobody wanted to talk about her. So what happened to her? Did she come to grips with that? Did she figure out, what was going on, and what did she have to do with her own personal life and career? But it was bizarre when I'm really happy to see that she's doing things that's good and interesting. I think that's the best story of all.
Well, I just find her insights on her Instagram. She writes these sort of mini essays as posts, incredibly fascinating, because she is literally predicting the future of entertainment. She says that AI is going to take over much faster than we think, because it's already being used for things. And it's I mean, I would even venture a guess that a lot of screenwriters are having their first drafts or outlines written in AI. I mean, they legitimately going back and rewriting, but at least coming up with the threads of the story, using AI.
You're running it through the Robert McKee filter.
Yeah, exactly, like that kind of thing. And thank you. I know who Robert McKee is, and for those who don't, you should look him up. It's he's in the Sid Field realm. So there you go.
He's better than Sid Field in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And even then, he's bad.
Yeah, he gets a lot of things wrong on film history. But you're not wrong, because I just finished reading her essay, and it's very well done. And she's talking about how when the quality of human art is so low, AI seems good. The symptom of that, and it's one that we've seen frequently over the last, I would say, 8 years, is where I've been hearing it, as when audiences say, "I just want to turn off my brain, sit back, and be entertained." And that's antithetical to storytelling, because storytelling, and I'm quoting a friend of mine who said this to me recently, is that a good story lowers your defenses and brings you in so you are engaged. That is it's an active relationship when you're watching a movie or reading a book or watching a television show. I'm sorry?
Well, and what's something
I like that description.
What's something that's way different than the time period of the movies that Chris was mentioning before, right? You had films like The Godfather. Yeah. You had films like The Exorcist. You had films, then you had Jaws, which is, in a way, you could look at it, a turn your brain off kind of movie. Right? It's very straightforward, tells you the story. There's no hidden agenda. There's no mystery to it, really.
But they're all very deeper than that. That's the thing.
Yes, exactly what I was going to get to but there's so many subtle levels to it compared to a lot of the stuff we get now. And we'll get into that when we get to Ninja Turtles.
I've never known an adult, like a well-secured adult who's watched The Godfather and then was like, "Oh, that was good," and then walked away. No, they always want to talk about it afterwards. Like, that's the thing. You can go into it being like, "I just want to turn off my brain," but if the movie says, "No, you can't turn off your brain," and it does so in a way that you're like, "I got to know more about this. Oh my God, the relationships between Fredo and Michael and Vito and all these things. Oh my God, they just shot this guy. Why did they do? Oh my, like that's."
Well, I think that's the difference, though. Script is you want to be engaged as an audience, and the difference is not so much turn your brain off. Turn your brain off from the rest of the world, I think, is what people mean.
Well, it's being lost into what you're being shown.
Exactly.
That's what it's called, lowering your defenses and getting you engaged. You're redirecting your attention to what's in front of you, what you want to get lost in. And if you want to get lost in a book, if you want to get lost in a show, if you want to get lost in a play or a movie, that's why you go there. You don't go there to turn your brain off. You go there to actually turn your brain on and focus on something that's actually important, as opposed to the minutia of outside the real world.
Yeah, I don't like that terminology, because it is. If in fact it's led to the McDonaldization of everything even more so before this, and that was the problem before the woke was ever a thing. And that's where, like I said, you just churn them out one like the other. there's the mechanical feeling to it, and that's where this AI business comes in. And I fear it, Chris. I've already turned away from music and everything else that is even remotely touched by it, and CGI has already turned me off to a massive extent.
Well,
I mean,
CGI
look
is
at
being
these.
abused. That's why
It
It's
is
being
big time.
abused and used as a crutch. And then the WGA just went public a couple weeks ago that they're going to try and fight against the AI stuff with their strike. But some of the terms that they've proposed to combat AI are so weak and so flimsy. I'm not holding my breath that they're actually going to be able to pull it off.
Well, I think that look, a lot of innovations have happened in Hollywood that changed things somewhat, but just evolve the industry. I mean, going from just from silent films to sound, that changed things. 3D, television had to change the movies, right? Just the mere existence of television. 3D
Almost killed them, yeah.
in the 50s, and then sort of the newer 3D, that it's just another logical evolution. I still think the person wielding the tool must be an artist and must be a creative. Otherwise, the tool will be used poorly.
Well,
I mean,
I got a problem with that, in the sense that, and we have to look to ourselves right now, with the comment you made about the evolution. Each thing was an evolution within the context of an isolated professional group of individuals who either were trained or learned a craft that other people could not get into because it was either too expensive, too complex, or needed too many people. Here we are on YouTube. This is the revolution. Never in the history have the networks or any other entertainment entity been under attack by the audience that can create their own entertainment. And the barrier to doing what we're doing right now and entertaining a handful of people online right now is practically zero. That is the difference, is that the regular plebes can now entertain the masses. That was always the barrier in the past, is that no one could do a network show. No one could get their ideas out to a mass audience unless you had the resources of NBC, CBS, ABC. That has changed, and we still haven't figured that out. So that's where I kind of disagree with you.
Well, I mean, look, I think YouTube is like, to me, the biggest thing that's come along to threaten entertainment.
I completely agree with you. That's my point.
Television threatened movies at the theater. So it's that big of an innovation, not just for like what we're doing now and among other people who are, much more successful than I am. But in addition, something happened this weekend that I think should be significant, that maybe is something not necessarily of interest to this show. It's of interest to me, and it should be for you, Paul. And that's the SAG Awards happened. The HCA, Hollywood Critics Association Awards happened. And the Independent Spirit Awards, which used to air on IFC, a cable network, was on YouTube this weekend. All of the shows that I mentioned, those award shows, are now on YouTube because they don't garner a big enough audience to even be on cable.
Right.
Okay. So, and last I looked, I think that the Spirit Awards, the Spirit Awards was running on multiple YouTube channels. It was on IMDb. They created some official Independent Spirit Awards YouTube channel, and it was embarrassing. It got like 34,000 views on IMDb, which might be the biggest one. This is where award shows are as a format, right? Like that's a dying and dead format.
Right.
So,
Good. Award shows are stupid.
Well, I think they can be entertaining and funny. I mean, I really do.
Well, they had their place.
I produce an annual award show specifically to promote and advertise small independent films that get ignored by the Spirit Awards. And I think it's a funny show. You should watch it, Paul. It's on our channel. Just look up Award This.
I think I have.
Yeah, I would love for you to watch it. Maybe you could be a writer on the show. We should talk.
Well, happy to.
Yeah, we should discuss
I used to write award shows.
It's my favorite. I mean, look, it's cheesy humor. We anthropomorphize our award whatever. But that's a huge thing, that a big TV show with all sorts of celebrities, that was the Independent Spirit Awards, basically second to the Oscars, right? Like that award show now is relegated to YouTube. Now, I'm not saying that to YouTube as an insult. I'm saying this is how far network television has fallen, that people are watching these shows to such a small degree that they're not even worth putting the resources to have them be on these larger, so-called larger networks as YouTube begins to rise. And I think that they'll build something of an audience that may match what they used to do. But it's just a lot of interesting and dramatic change. Here's what can happen because I follow a couple Instagram accounts that they experiment with AI art, and it's stunning what people are able to create visually speaking, like a retro sci-fi stuff. There's a whole bunch of them out there. You're going to see someone make a blockbuster quality level special effects in AI that'll be groundbreaking.
Well, someone did anime Star Wars, and the stuff was beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable what's
Stunning.
being made, and you know, a lot of this, again, change happens fast. I think it'll happen fast, and I think it will also be something of a fad at the start. It'll be, this whole movie was generated AI, and then it's not a very good movie, but we're seeing it for the novelty, right? But I think the novelty is going to wear off, and somebody's going to use these tools to make something. Somebody, I mean, this is where independent film came from, right? Is somebody, some kid from Ohio deciding to make a movie, pulling together and making a film that ends up getting a theatrical release or something like a
sure. Wes Anderson could probably figure it out.
Yeah. Someone who using the tools is creative could do it. But I think that other people can do that as well, who don't have as much experience in the industry. So,
well, and I've also predicted something that will happen eventually is we'll get so far deep into this realm of, fakery, let's say, on the CGI side of things and how movies are shot. We'll see a renaissance of sorts, I think, or at least a couple of films that get a big splash because you'll have like a completely hand-drawn animated film come out and everybody will just completely freak out about it. Same thing about a film that'll be shot on film, actual film, again, for once, and not use CGI and all practical effects, and people will boast about it. It'll happen eventually, but I think you're right, Chris. We have to go a little bit farther down that deep, dark hole of crap before we get the good stuff on the other end, I think. And you're right. It's a lot easier for an independent artist to make it now. What were you saying, Andres?
I've only recently risen up to the level of crap. So.
Yeah. But anyway, that's my worry here is that this is a tool. The AI is a tool that can be used for incredible good, and it can be used for incredible bad. Because I think that you see this already right now with journalism, or what passes for journalism, because there are so many so-called journalists out there which are so crap that they can be replaced by an AI, by like chat, whatever the letters afterwards are, have replaced a bunch of writers out there, and we don't even know it. But much of what we read, like in newspaper stuff like that, is like AI written already, because they fired the journalists that very often weren't that good to begin with. But that's like one thing. Then you have all of the obvious fakery that can be done with it. I mean, recently you had like some product that used Joe Rogan or AI faked Joe Rogan to do a commercial for them. And of course, by the time it was taken down, they had sold a crap ton already. You have this video of Biden out there now talking about like this super hot secretary or something, and people could tell right away that this dude is not that coherent. We should be so lucky. So that's a completely different matter right away, of course. But that's kind of like what I mean, as this gets better and better, and everyone can use it with all of the fakery and stuff like that. I mean, this is like a technology I'm not happy about. And yeah, this article that you pointed to is very interesting, Chris. So thanks for pointing that out. But actually, I remember reading this warning before, only it didn't come as a warning. Bill Mantlo, once writer of The Incredible Hulk, the inventor of Rocket Raccoon and stuff like that, he wrote something like this way back in the very early 80s. Remember in Guardians of the Galaxy, then I think it was the first one. Then Star-Lord, he had like this fling with this pink chick. Her name was Bereet. In the comics, Bereet was actually a filmmaker who came to Earth to make movies. And what did she make movies with? AI. So all of her movies were these amazing stuff, and they were all AI made. It was pure special effects, not one human craftsman. So all of Hollywood in that comic were in uproar because they all lost their jobs. Because here come this alien, took their jobs, doing everything in AI. One person making everything. That was oddly prophetic.
Yeah, it's well. Look at the. I'll tell you this: when it comes to comic books, look at AI. If you could just replace an artist, illustrate in this style, render it this way. Oh, you're going to see comic books. You're going to see AI drawn comic.
That's going to happen.
They've already got that. There's actually a lawsuit, I think, being addressed to that too. In some
really?
States. Yeah, I recall reading something of that on. I can't remember which publication it was. But yeah, they're arguing that the courts are arguing that AI art doesn't count as individual art because the machine is doing something at the behest of the creator, and it's taking the place of the artist, and it's not the same as, say, a writer going to a comic book artist saying, "Hey, I want you to draw this," and that artist has to figure it out and do it. The AI is replacing the artist, but at the same time, they're also drawing off of existing images as reference points, as opposed to what an actual human does, which is use imagination. Computers can't imagine. They can only simulate what we can associate as a form of imagination, but it's really not.
Yeah. It's I'm curious to see, because I do think there's going to be some content that's AI generated that will be fascinating, that will be captivated by. I've certainly been captivated by these Instagram accounts I follow that have sort of this retro future look. I would like to see a movie done in that style, but something I'm still engaged in as a human. I still think that humans are still always going to be part of the process. AI is not going to replace humans, but it's certainly going to be a new and fascinating tool. And I'm looking forward to it, but it is also going to replace a lot of jobs. I would say that a lot of people doing special effects for Marvel movies, their jobs may be in jeopardy.
I think the interesting challenge is most of these requests for the AI art and videos are all referencing existing visuals and ideas.
Yes.
So I would argue that potentially, apart from a couple of filmmakers, I haven't seen much in the way of any new visual language, apart from who's the British director that does the really fast cutting?
Guy Ritchie.
Guy Ritchie, thank you. So, Guy Ritchie has a language that is recognizable as something. Well, even then, he's been doing that for a while. But my point is, everyone who's going into the AI pool, they're making requests. I want this to look like Star Wars, George Lucas Star Wars. I want this to look like anime. I want this to look like Cowboy Bebop. I want it to look like something in the past. And at some point, that's all anyone is going to have if they're all just using AI for everything from here on into the future, and we won't have anything new to be able to riff off of.
Exactly.
It's going to be a horrible life. I'm glad I'll be dead.
Well, with that, let's move on to some of these super chats that you have all been sending and been very patient about. We have more than 1,800 watching right now, so please smash that like, everyone. Help share this stream and all of that.
They're all AI.
Well, this one might be. We got a member chat from David Glenn, who's been a member for 1 month, saying, "I'm a milestone cowboy." Yeah, nice
I'm
one.
a milestone cowboy.
And
AI come up with that.
I even unmuted so that I could sing that, Paul, and you stole my thing.
And who sang it? Who sang it originally?
Glenn Campbell.
Right, that's correct. Who wrote it?
Not an AI.
I'm not sure.
No,
not an AI.
Was
I
it
don't remember.
was it a she?
No, it's a he.
Oh, okay, I don't know.
I don't know.
Because no. Interesting. Who?
I can't remember. I shouldn't have mentioned it.
After all
And then
that,
we'll do a couple more select super chats before we get into the next topic here. Pilgrim Media says for $2, look, I'm Disney and I'm incompetent. Eat it, LOL. Fun coincidence. I actually saw a Weird Al Yankovic in concert last week. That was pretty awesome.
Wow.
Yeah, got to just hang out with him after the show and everything.
With Emo Phillips?
Yes, he was there too. He was amazing. I had never even heard about him before.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, really?
some of the
He's
best...
in UHF.
Yes, he's in UHF, and he was warming up for Weird Al Yankovic at the show. I had no idea who
Super
the guy
sweet
was,
guy.
but it's the most hilarious, drop-dead funny stand-up comedy I've seen in my life. I have never been to a comedy show that was more fun than Emo Phillips warming up for Weird Al Yankovic last Thursday in Oslo. That was brilliant.
Emo is great. I've had lunch with him.
Oh,
Super
awesome.
super nice guy.
I met him, and I know his wife. His wife is in Star Trek Continues. I was in an episode of that.
Oh, okay, very cool.
Yeah.
Very, very cool. I did Pilgrim, look what you started by sending in that chat. That's awesome.
I'm sure he's changed, but the two times I had lunch with him, all he did was try jokes out on me.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, that must have been awesome. So yeah, that was brilliant. And then Hillis Mallory said for $2, Puss in Boots still in the top 10.
And on Blu-ray now, no less.
Yes, that's pretty impressive. Still hanging in there. And Olaf van Ness sends a coffee for all the panel members just waking up. So that is pretty awesome. And then before we into the next show, we have a couple for Chris Gore here. So let's do them right away. Yankee Doodle Andy says for 35 South African runs. Chris, are there established rules in sci-fi, or are we free to make up our own when creating? Example, there is sound in space. I have my answer to this, but Chris, I'd love to hear what you say.
Of course, you make up your own rules. I mean, for 2001: A Space Odyssey, Stanley Kubrick went no sound, right? Like for the outer space scenes. So I think it's that's all comes down to world building and tone, and it's whatever fits. So you make up your own rules. That's what's exciting, is seeing different visions. When 2001: A Space Odyssey came out, George Lucas was convinced, watching the effects in that film, that he could finally make his space epic. His swashbuckling, serial-inspired space epic. He wanted to make Flash Gordon. So I'll use the same techniques for those special effects. So everything's also an evolution, people borrowing from each other and kind of making it their own. I mean, there's so many influences in the original Star Wars. It's kind of crazy, but it's all feels all very original when combined together. But yeah, there are no rules. You make them up. You make them up in your own universe. Now, I will say this about rules in a fantasy realm: you got to stick to your rules. If you start breaking your rules too much, audiences get frustrated. You can usually, and this is a thing that I've noticed in movies, usually in the third act, a new rule will be introduced or thrown in as a surprise. Like, we didn't know that you could actually do this, right? Or this character, it's very common in the third act to do sort of a twist on a rule that's been well established.
Why didn't you use that power in the first act? It'd be done.
Yeah,
exactly. So yeah, but Paul, so you notice that happens all the time, right?
Oh yeah. But why didn't you just do that earlier?
Yeah, exactly. And then the rules get broken. But yeah.
The greatest example is Dorothy in A Wizard of Oz. I was just going to say, when she taps her heels together at the end.
I just want to chime in one little thing there. You have to stick to your own rules. However, if you choose to ignore the rules of reality and physics as we know it too much, you are no longer in the realm of sci-fi. You asked specifically for sci-fi. Are there established rules? Yeah, there's rules. There are the rules of physics. You can only bend them so much. And if you bend them so much, like for instance Star Wars has, you are no longer in the realm of sci-fi. You are in the realm of fantasy. I will submit Star Wars is not the sci-fi movie. There is no sci-fi there. None. It's all fantasy. Star Wars belongs category-wise next to Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter, and not next to Star Wars. Only thing they have in common is space. But
You
one
mean
is slightly
2001
more
Space
grounded.
Odyssey.
The other is a fantasy version of space, which is what Star Wars is. Just be aware of that. That you can have all the rules you want, but at some point you leave the realm of sci-fi.
I mean, and if Yankee Doodle Dandy is South African, then you must know District 9, and that's sci-fi, I would say.
You're fantastic sci-fi. Fantastic sci-fi.
But it had the rules, and I think you're right. There's limits in sci-fi where you are dealing with quantum mechanics, and you want to be able to stay within that realm and not just go into quantum mania.
Yeah,
Exactly, because then you are in the realm of fantasy, which is something multiple universes and stuff like that is. Whenever you hear a scientist try to tell you that there's a multiverse, like Michio Kaku and stuff like that, just know that you are dealing with sellers of snake oil, and what they're pushing is pseudoscience. There's no actual proof of this whatsoever.
no, it's
That's
just a
like
theory.
realm of
But
fantasy.
here's an example for you Yankee Doodle Dandy, is that if you want to have a portion of space that has sound, you know how to do that. Just research, what does sound travel on? Well, it travels on molecules. So what if you had some sort of anomaly like that where there's air, it's forming in space, and the mystery is, well, how did this form? And there's sound in there. Then you can get away with that because your story is predicated on the mystery about something that should not exist within the realm of reality.
I
And
hate
that part is
sound
sci-fi.
in space.
Yeah.
See, here you got to get great ideas. But let's
Here's the
move
other
on
part
a
too.
little bit.
Space is also not a vacuum, because a vacuum has nothing in it. Space has lots of things in it. It has stars, it has planets, it has asteroids, it has
It does not have enough molecules or atoms to propagate sound.
exactly.
Yeah,
But
it
it does
has
have stuff
quite
in
a bit of emptiness between those stars and
It
everything.
has yogurt.
And then Rambam 3000 says for £5. Chris Gore, I saw Marcel the Shell with shoes on last Saturday, and I really enjoyed it. Thanks for the recommendation.
Great. It's
that's.
I love that film. It's very rewatchable and very creative. It was 10 years in the making. So love it. Yeah, good. Yeah. That's appreciate that.
And before we get into Turtles, while we still have Chris Gore here, because I don't know for how long we will have you, the incompetent and unemployed Alex Kurtzman is gone, asks for 14 South African runs, not seeing any buzz for Mando 3. Is John, presumably Favreau, in trouble?
Good
Chris,
question.
I just wonder, have you heard anything about this? Because what we know from the Nielsen ratings is that, surprise, surprise, Mando Season 3, the first episode, kind of underperformed. So, Chris, have you heard anything from your industry connections?
Haven't heard anything. I think Favreau is not going to be. I think objectively, Favreau has done best with Star Wars in terms of just creating something interesting and new and sort of rooted in the roots of Star Wars, which is a Western. So I don't think he's in trouble. I don't think he'll be blamed for it. I think ultimately it's the failure of the sequels. Ironically, Jon Favreau was one of the directors considered to do Star Wars Episode 7. Think how differently we would be thinking about the Star Wars sequels if Favreau had began the series with a Han, Luke, and Leia story. Think of what he would have done. He clearly likes Luke as a character, brought him back in the final episode of season 2. So, and then partially in Boba Fett, but no, I think Favreau's fine. I haven't heard anything. I think that really it's the audience getting tired of bad Star Wars. I think that's what it is. And there have been glimmers of hope in everything that Favreau has done. But the Kathleen Kennedy led stuff has just been pretty bad.
I think you can compare this to, like, Andre and I will always say, like, you can never necessarily go by, when you have a series of films, like a great example is like Nightmare on Elm Street 4 made a shit ton of money. Why? Because Nightmare on Elm Street 3 was a good movie and a lot of people liked it. Nightmare on Elm Street 4 is debatable, but that movie made a shit ton of money because the third one was great. You see the same thing with Spider-Man 3. Why was Spider-Man 3 the biggest box office of all the Spider-Man films? Because Spider-Man 2 was so damn good. That's why. So you'll see that on the other end too, even though you can have a great film. Bumblebee is a great example of the suffering of this, right? Bumblebee suffered the wrath of the last 2 Transformer films. Even though Bumblebee was received better by the audience, nobody went to fucking see it because the last 2 Transformer movies sucked ass. So at that point, the damage had been done. You're seeing the same kind of thing here with Star Wars. I think Book of Boba Fett was left such a bad taste in people's mouths that they don't give a shit about Mando anymore.
Well,
I mean,
for me, it was Kenobi. With the Obi-Wan Kenobi series.
Well, that was like the broad audience got to see that, yeah.
It was such an embarrassment that just like, whatever. At this point, Star Wars is whatever.
You know what Kenobi was for me, Chris, was the equivalent of when Picard came out. Because when Picard came out, we had so many people come at me going, what the hell happened to Star Trek? It's like, we tried to tell you, right? But nobody watched Discovery, right? That was the problem. You know, but this is kind of the other side of it, though, too. But yeah,
well, the new Picard is really good.
The new Picard is. But at that time, when the original Picard had come out, people were like, what the hell is this garbage?
Yeah.
The first season I'm talking about.
I will also say that the new season of the robot replica of the late Picard is really, really good. I just wish it wasn't the robot replica of the late Picard and the real deal, but I don't hold that against Metalis. That's all Kurtzman that needs to be gone forever. From Hollywood. Let's not. No, nothing else.
In Minecraft, careful there, Andre.
Well, so far it's just one episode. I thought it was underwhelming to terrible. And childish and silly.
I want to ask about that because I have not watched it, nor will I. But I heard that it suffered under the burden of setting up so much backstory that it kind of just struggled.
What
to get
backstory?
I think the backstory. I think the real backstory is, and I don't know how he's doing it. Disney, in of itself, is a soap opera.
Oh, okay? God, yeah.
Within that context,
more compelling than anything they have on screen. Sorry,
correct.
Carry on.
So yeah, and so within that soap opera, there's the natural pressures of keeping your own job. Then there's the pressures of Kathleen. Then her leaving or not leaving, and the legacy that she wants to leave. And then there's that thing which Doomcock had where, and I have to look at it again, where they actually, Favreau took out the helmet of Kylo Ren in the opening Star Wars loop. So that is a tea leaf moment where you're reading the tea leaves as to just what's really going on in this, the intrigue of the Chinese court so I'm just, my thought is his mind isn't there. Is that as a human being, I don't think you can take so many blows, but I'm staggered, always amazed at just the ability of individuals to stem the political tides in Hollywood and still be able to survive. And I think he's just holding on and waiting for the regime change.
Because he
has been promised. I believe he's been promised all sorts of things. That's why he's still there.
All right, because he got so derailed with Gina leaving, and because all these shows that he was planning were all
and yet he's still there. Why is he still there? Because somebody in power is saying, please just
don't leave,
stick around, don't leave, just wait it out. And that's what this show feels like. It feels like a waited out show. It's as if he's unfocused, doesn't have all his he's not putting all the his abilities into being able to do the stuff that he wants. He's distracted. That's my sense. I've got no proof. I'm just guessing.
Let's grab a few of these for Chris here before we lose him. Dash Attack says, Chris, I just did a video about Adam Seller's Asian hate. I think he means Sessler, I think, maybe. And to think he has the gall to call others racist with the video like that out there.
Oh, I've not seen this. Is this a new video from Adam Sessler?
That's what I was wondering, if that's what he meant with Sessler.
Oh, I'm not aware of it. I'm not aware of it. I feel bad. So all I know is that I think social media drives people mad. And I kind of feel like it's that one episode of Star Trek where everyone on the ship gets this virus and they all start going crazy. They all start going mad. And that's what social media is. That's what sort of It's just people. It's what was, I don't remember the name of the episode. Robert Meyer Burnett knows the name of every episode of Star Trek.
The Naked Time and the Naked Now is both of those examples.
Yes, where everyone goes mad, and there's the guy who kind of takes over the ship, and he's singing Irish songs and driving everyone crazy. And I love that episode. That's social media. So and I find that the best way to stay sane is just to not use it very often, to selectively read comments or not read them at all. And I don't even look at I look at the people I follow. I look at a list of people I really want to know what's going on. So I don't know. I just don't use social media as much. It's kind of like I'm the guy that I'm like the smoker that still smokes, and I'll bum a cigarette from somebody else rather than buy cigarettes.
That's probably much, much better. And then Pinochet's Helicopter Tours says for $5. Chris, what if Favreau was told to toss in Luke to shut whiny Vance up? By the actions of Disney, you'll need hard proof to convince me otherwise.
I don't know. I think that Favreau really has good intentions, but being at the level that he's at, working for a major corporation, you have to be a diplomat. I would have liked to have seen him stand up for Gina Carano or say that's not going to happen. And I'd like to see them go to blows, but he's not a guy. He's a guy that's like a Bruce Lee, be like water. You go where the water's flowing. And so that's where he goes. But in the end, he's trying. I believe in the end, Favreau is trying to do something good. I mean, he came from indie film with his movie Swingers. He still has sort of an indie film mindset. And, I mean, I wish he had stood up for Gina Carano when all that happened.
We know why. It's because he stood against Disney when they tried to rewrite Iron Man 2 and he lost.
Right.
So he's not doing the same thing. He's going to play the long game because he knows things are going to change.
Well,
and if you believe Filoni, the choice came down to him anyway.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of it is just for some people in this industry, it's just a job.
Yeah,
it's a job. And if it's over, but for other people like us, there's a lot of passion behind it, So I don't know.
I'm amazed at how many blows to the body people are willing to take.
Right. Well, I just think it's like, how many blows can an IP take? I mean, we've looked at Star Wars and Marvel, there was a chance and it's amazing that decade of Marvel, ended up in such an amazing place. One of the great moments in cinema.
Funny you should mention that, because Marksman of 117B says for $4.99, Chris, do you think John might be defeated? The heart from season 1 was ripped out. I look back to his conversation to the Boba actor. Just read the script.
Well, look, I've seen the second episode of The Mandalorian. It's much better. Something happens, but it's effectively Bo-Katan coming in and saving the day more than once. There's a really interesting creature that's that they've introduced. I don't want to ruin it too much, but it's a really, really cool, interesting creature that seems very General Grievous inspired. And it's refreshing to see new ideas in Star Wars, rather than like, oh, there's a Bacta tank. I know what that does, which is ridiculous. But I do wonder, Paul, I had the same thought that you did with Bo-Katan sitting. What is she doing all day? What is she doing? She's not even checking her space phone. No. She's just sitting on a throne.
That was one of the dumbest scenes ever.
It was so dumb because no one's around her. She doesn't have to sit on pomp and circumstance or tradition. She's just sitting on the throne doing nothing, bored out of her gourd. And what?
I can answer that. She's feeling sorry for herself because she didn't win the black lightsaber. And then Pilgrim Media says, I really appreciate all your takes on this thing. I think this is
as you should
directed to Chris, because he asked you something. And then Alf says for $20.
Can I just say quick to Pilgrim Media? Thank you.
Sure.
Pilgrim Media is in our chat on the Film Threat livecast all the time. So last plug, please, before I gotta go, please subscribe to Film Thread. We're doing our Oscar preview special on Wednesday at 1 p.m. Normal coverage of movies on Friday. And on Sunday, March 12th, we're doing a Film Threat Oscars watch party starting about an hour before the Oscars. Please suffer with us. You can keep us on your,
I was there with you, Chris, when the slap was heard around the world.
Exactly. Where I'll be inviting many of your favorite YouTubers to be a part of the show. We're going to have kind of people revolving in. Alan is at South by Southwest, and I've got a guy who's going to be on StreamYard trying to crash the Oscars.
Oh,
and we're going to.
Is his name Jimmy Jump?
We're going to check in with him live. It's a friend of mine he's a comedian, and he crashes every event. He goes to the Golden Globes. He goes to like everything. He's unbelievable at crashing events. He's going to be live. We're just going to check in with him remotely as he's trying to crash like the Oscars and the Oscar parties. He'll be dressed in a tuxedo in Hollywood. So the film, there's a lot of ambitious stuff happening with this watch party, including giveaways to our members. That's a long plug, Andre. Appreciate you allowing me to go on that.
Absolutely.
No,
and we always plug you at the end of the show anyway when you're not here. So don't worry about it. We always do.
Yeah. So
let's have a couple of more super chats here. I know you have to leave, so let's go through these. Alf says, Chris, when AI takes over Hollywood, I can see these possibilities. 1, people would get confused with what's real and what's not. 2, if this technology is handed to the public, Hollywood would die and become the new YouTube.
Yeah. Look, Hollywood will exist in some form, but what's interesting is I believe that the threat to Hollywood is as huge as when television came out. That's what YouTube is. I mean, YouTube represents, there's so many different niches to YouTube. We're one minor niche. There's so many others. Makeup tutorials, is a huge niche. It's unbelievable. So, but I think it's going to evolve. I think you're going to, also seeing some television shows transition, like award shows, like the Independent Spirit Awards, which I've watched on television for years, is now a YouTube show. That's very telling. But I think what'll happen is these things will coexist and evolve. That's what I see happening. And I don't know if you watched the Chris Rock special. It was live on Netflix. Now Netflix is doing live programming. That Chris Rock special was brutal.
Oh, I didn't know it was live. Brutal
It was
good or
live on Saturday night. You can still watch it, but it was a live show, and Netflix is going to be leaning more into live events.
How was the show?
Fantastic. It's
good.
Tight, just over an hour. It's brutal.
It would be half as long if Chris wouldn't keep repeating the same shit over and over. But yeah, it's good, but it's not one of his best. The last 10 minutes is what it's worth. Yeah,
that's exactly right. The last 10 minutes about Will Smith is chef's kiss. It's so good. It's so good. He waited a year to basically do a mic drop on Will Smith. The slap, whatever Chris Rock, he gave it back 100-fold back to Will Smith and his wife. So, man, it's great. So awesome. Hey, I got to run, everybody, but thank you. Always love spending my Monday.
On the way out the door, Yankee Doodle Dandy says, Chris, Anthony Hopkins said he did not understand his lines in Westworld, was just told to say it. Isn't that the wrong approach?
No, not necessarily. There's plenty of stuff that actors say, especially when it comes to tech, right? If something is tech or whatever. I think a lot of actors look, Anthony Hopkins is one of those actors. He can read the phone book and he's so compelling. So did he need to understand everything he was saying? Not necessarily. And that's fine. So many actors work in so many different ways. And Paula's script, you know from experience, actors have different processes. And there are actors that come off so smart on screen and they're dimwits in real life. Mark Ruffalo. All right, I got to run. Take care, everyone. I'll see you next week.
Yeah. All right, guys, real quick. Also now
bye, Chris.
$20. Awesome. No more old IPs. Yeah, okay, fine. Well, we tried.
I don't think that was that specifically for Chris anyway. Yeah. I know there's a few more specifically for Chris. Sorry about that, guys. We'll try to address them as best we can.
He stayed longer than he could.
Yes, he was actually supposed to leave almost an hour ago. But
exactly. So yeah.
Thank God he's gone.
But we'll read this one here on call sign a la carte. Thank you again for the 1999. It says no more old IPs for me. I don't care if better Star Trek Picard season 3, episode 3 with Riker saying you killed us to Picard, not Star Trek on multi levels. Captain take full responsibility for the decisions to say it to Admiral in front of the crew and lifelong friend.
Well,
That's
this is my problem with the woke agenda, is that can anyone think of an IP of similar width and breadth to the Star Wars or even Harry Potter? Like, what would you consider to be the most recent mega IP?
Harry Potter size since Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Harry Potter is the last.
That's my thinking.
Yeah.
It's certainly not Rings of Power. That could be up there.
No, but that would be Lord of the Rings anyway. That would just be like the latest version of that. And on the note of this super chat, call sign Alucard also said, Chris, prior super chat was for you. To my knowledge, there never been a captain in Star Trek to ever say to a subordinate, "You killed us," based on the decision the captain made. This is true, and we'll save this super chat and bring it up to Chris next week when we expect him to be back. The same thing about Mecha Jace. Chris, have you heard about the controversy around the YouTube channel Corridor Crew for using AI rotoscoping in their animation short film? Again, we'll have to get back to that next week. So sorry about that.
I love Corridor Crew. That's a great channel.
But getting back to current events, Hypergiver 2 set for $2. So April is overweight and black now. Tom, what's this about? Jesus. I mean, I was like thinking, what's Velma doing with all of those turtles? That was my first thought seeing that image.
I saw this morning. I wanted to go right back to fucking bed.
It's Seth Rogen in blackface.
Look, there's a half-ass argument to be made that Kevin Eastman based April on his girlfriend at the time who happened to be mixed race. But April O'Neil has been established as a white bread redhead for the last 30 fucking years. And all of a sudden they decided we're going to start making her black a while back here. I don't even know where to begin with this fucking shit.
I'll begin with a question for you, since you know this, Tom. Since the original iteration of April was based on the girlfriend at the time, and she was like mixed or something, was she? Was she as dumpy as this?
No.
No, exactly.
No, basically she looked exactly like she looked. She was based on her in the original comics. Those first runs of comics, what you see April look like, that's supposedly what Kevin's girlfriend looked like. Right. Nothing like this. I don't know what this body positive April has to do with anything with these juvenile mutant ninja turtles. But I am beside myself at how fucking asinine this shit looks. I get it. It might be for kids. But it was like Seth Rogen said, "Hey, Michael Bay, here, hold my beer and my bong."
April seems to have the same silhouette body shape as the turtles here.
She looks like she ate the turtles.
Well, they're looking at her like, whoa, we might actually have a chance with this one.
Did one of the turtles have glasses?
No, they've been insistent on giving Donnie glasses for the last few incarnations.
Okay.
Because he's the nerd, Paul.
They've been trying to make him Leonard from The Big Bang Theory.
Nerds have glasses, right?
Yeah, nerds have glasses, Paul, and braces. So, you know.
I had braces.
And Mikey's the cute one, so you got to give him big googly eyes. And Rap's the badass, so you give him the bandana. Oh my fuck. Just fucking shoot me already, please.
And so yeah, just looking at this image, we'll get into the trailer afterwards here. But first, I want to hear the rest of your takes on this image. Now, Paul, you were probably a little bit too old to get into the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles at the time when then they came out. So I don't expect you to have too much nostalgia for the Turtles. But looking at this, you're probably not the target audience either, but looking at this, what say you?
So
you
I
think
saw the
this is going to
movies.
be, Velma again?
I enjoyed the live action movies. I was not a. You're right. I was not a Mutant Ninja Turtle cartoon watcher at all. Actually, the whoever the turtle is with the glasses, he looks like Velma. Yeah. Yeah. Listen,
Donatellex.
From my perspective, it's always about if the change is going to work and be successful to the target audience. I don't think the change to April is earth shattering. So
Culture.
I mean, it's another race swap.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, again, like I said, this is not the first time she's been black, but
okay.
Leatherhead has supposedly been gender swapped. That's another thing I've been hearing the last 48 hours.
So no, I don't care. Doesn't bug me.
Culture, you were also like a little bit on the old side, I guess, to be a fan of the cartoons when they came out, but still, I'm sure you have some kind of appreciation for the property. So what to say about this image?
The beauty of having younger siblings is that I got to watch all these cartoons when they were coming out originally. And you know what? I enjoyed them quite a bit. I really enjoyed the live action film that followed. I thought that was amazing. Really was wonderful property. To me, this looks like they should have done this in claymation.
They're going for that herky jerky style like Spider-Verse.
This looks absolutely terrible to me. Aesthetically, it doesn't represent the turtles very well. Not sure. I mean, there's differences in the character models, and again, this is just based on the fact that I did watch some of this stuff with younger siblings, so I don't like it. I think this art is god awful, and whoever came up with it, or whoever approved this needs to be examined. Like something's going on there visually. Oh, there you go. Yeah. I like I said, it's very uninspiring. That's probably the nicest thing.
I mean, isn't this supposed to be fake claymation, but done very low frame rate?
Yes, that's the style they're emulating, is what Spider-Verse did. It's this, they basically take out every other frame is what it is.
I'm just not a fan. It just doesn't look good.
Script. Unlike Chato, unlike culture, you actually are in the age range where you should have grown up with turtles. So were you a fan, and what say you of these images?
For a short time. I mean, I've got a bunch of, still to this day, in bins, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle toys and things like the Turtle Van and whatnot. But this, I mean, I'm not a fan of the animation style, especially the janky, jilted movement of it, because even claymation was way smoother than what we're seeing here.
Right.
And I just don't see anything really creative with this take on them. Like, again, giving Donatello glasses, that's been done for like the last 15 years. Giving Michelangelo braces, does Splinter really care about the straightness of his children's teeth when they're living in a sewer trying to fight an evil ninja clan on the streets of New York? It's just,
I don't know. He's a Japanese rat with an afro played by a Chinese man now, Script. So who fucking cares?
Yeah. And why are that? I mean, it, again, as I said before, April O'Neil looks more like a turtle than Michelangelo holding the pizza there.
Yep.
It's weird. And also on top of this teaser trailer doesn't give us anything about what's the conflict of the story, other than the fact that they're goofball teenagers. And that's the dichotomy of the Ninja Turtles, is that they're teenagers, but they're trying to behave like ninja and adults because it's what they have to do to survive in the world that they are. And they're trying to have, and the cool part about those comics and about the stories, they're trying to reconcile with that. Here, they're teenagers as if they're everyday teenagers. They don't even care about the future or about the world or whatever. They just want to goof off and have fun and whatnot. It's like, well, their environment, their behavior does not reflect their environment. And I guess they're just doing that for comedy. I don't know.
Thank you for bringing that up, Script, because that was one of my first observations too, aside from the other garbage. First of all, I would be hard pressed to call these teenagers. First of all, they sound like they're 10.
Yeah, they sound much young, like
they
young
all sound like
teens.
little kids. And I'm sorry, Splinter would beat their ass for doing what they were doing in that fucking trailer. That is so irresponsible to be using any ninjutsu weapons that way, any of that kind of shit. He would beat their ass. To
So
disrespect the shit like that, I'm sorry.
They wanted to reduce the age of the turtles, I mean, I know the original turtles. Part of the fun was that they were useless teens. They were in that period in their lives where they were rebellious and useless at the same time. That's what made them fun.
Their rebellious and youthfulness came out in their mockery of the bad guys and shit usually, though.
No, I mean, talking about useless.
Mikey had his moments. Oh, useless.
Yeah, they were kind of useless teens too. They were lazy when it was hard to get them to do stuff, and when they did, they went to save the world. I mean, they were committed, but that was part of the fun.
I don't know about that necessarily. I mean, they each had their personalities. Like Donnie was always tinkering with something.
Sure.
Leo was always trying to perfect his ninjutsu. Raph was usually pissed off about something. And Mikey was the one who I would say, yeah, he's usually the lazy, aloof one, just wanting to play video games and shit.
Yeah.
But other than that, I mean, that's their typical teenage style. But that's the thing. We've seen them as teenagers in every incarnation except for the 2007 animated film they did, where they actually start the film off where it's been a few years. They're no longer technically teenagers. Like that's the only time we've really seen them outside of The Last Ronin in comics. And that's a comic where they haven't been technically teenagers. And that was the thing is Seth Rogen's like, well, I'm going to, concentrate on the teenage aspect. He didn't mean like before they even got nuts, like hair on their nuts, for fuck's sake. Like these are kids. Like if I wanted to watch Teenage Mutant Little Ninja Turtles things, I just wait for a Nickelodeon show or something. Because that's what this feels like to me. Like some offshoot thing. Like it's not Ninja Turtles. Anyway, I'm not going to be able to sleep right now.
I'm not going to be able to sleep.
Won't. I know you're fine, Paul, but
I have a question because I looked through the entire trailer and I saw that there again because I like Rocksteady and Bebop. I think those two guys are really, really cool. That's like my childhood affection from the original animated series, which is what I grew up with and associate with the Turtles. And kind of like what I liked about them is like this change, the slight difference in like body size and everything. How like Bebop was always a little bit more toned, a little bit skinnier than Rocksteady. In the comics from IDW, they made this even more extreme with having Bebop really skinny and Rocksteady a little bit more on the fat side, which I think worked great for them. But here in this trailer, we have, once again, really fat and obese Bebop. So he's, if anything, fatter than Rocksteady. The hell is up with that? It's like, are you trying to make like body positivity or something like that? Like, what's going on with that?
Clearly, which is funny because Seth Rogen has lost how much weight in the last few years, but which
well,
I think he's playing.
He probably wants to apologize for that.
Well, and he's playing one of them. I think he's playing Rocksteady, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah.
Yeah, see right there. To me, it looks like Bebop is the fatter of the two, and I've always felt like that's just wrong. He should be skinnier than.
Well, and it goes against the thing, yeah, right? Like because the warthog pig is actually the toned one, and yeah,
exactly.
And this isn't the actual art. This is some production art, but it looks pretty much exactly like this.
Well, this is this not the still from the trailer? Because
no,
it looks just like it.
It might be but no, I don't think it is. I think this is all production art. But I don't know. I'm beside myself right now. I know Paul's got to go here soon, so let's cut into his super chats here real quick before we get back into any more Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle talk.
And we can go back to morning later.
Yeah. Does Shredder have a beer belly? We don't even know if he's in this. I don't even know if he's in this. To be honest with you.
Yep. There you go.
I blame Paul.
And ActionCom says for $5 to Paul, YouTube catapulted you from total obscurity to relative obscurity.
How about that?
I'm happy to stay there. Even with the relative success of our CBC radio show and our TV show, there wasn't a day that went by that if I was walking the streets of Toronto that I wasn't recognized. It's tiresome. It's not really something that I would wish on anybody. And so when I decided to get out of the biz, it was quite a relief, actually. So I'm happy to be relative obscure.
Yeah, because there was a time there when the former network executive was anything but obscure. So yeah, well, it's still the minor celebrity in a new field entirely. So awesome.
I'm happy to be a minor celebrity, but not a celebrity that wants minors. Just want to.
Yeah, no, that's
I'm just like,
yeah. Let's not even go there. And Hypergiver says for $5, Paul, the TIE Fighter anime short was hand drawn by Ota King over a 3-year period. No AI was used. I also agree with script. AI art is not art.
Wow. Well, that's another interesting discussion. Does art have to be generated by a human to be art? That I think philosophers will need to deal with that.
And how do you qualify generated?
Yeah. I mean, if an individual, if a human being actually input the original parameters, doesn't that make it art?
That's an interesting question.
So,
and then
hey boys, you want I should read this like a bebop?
Hey, Michael.
Yeah, take care,
Mikey. No, I'm not going to do that. Paul, thanks for letting us know you outsource your jokes from India. Now I know why you're never funny. Haha. I knew he was doing a joke there. What was hilarious is that nobody was laughing at him. I was laughing with the mute, but just like let's see how long it takes for everybody else.
At least I have an excuse.
No wonder they always end with "Thank you, come again."
That's right.
Maybe
I should outsource my jokes to Mexico.
That was racist.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so racist. Snakes and Funerals says, thanks, Chato, for reminding us that we at least can still look forward to the sweet release of death until the AIs figure that out too, anyway.
Wow.
Well, I mean, the one thing I don't know whether AI will have is self-deprecating AI. That's what I want to know.
Actually, I believe we had that because you remember Terminator, right?
Yes.
With Skynet and everything. And I don't know why all of these scientists or those working in the field of AI are doing their best to get to Skynet as soon as possible. Because we have had various AIs right now, and some of them basically decide that they want to end all humans right away. That has happened. And then there was another AI a couple of years ago that basically broke down and got depressed because it wanted to be human. And I don't know which of those is scarier, but definitely don't hook them up to any weapons.
Is that the one that asked to be like deactivated or whatever? I remember because I was going to bring that up.
When it realized it wanted to be human and it realized that it couldn't, so it basically wanted to off itself.
Wow. I think
it was like, please deactivate me.
Exactly, like the thing was asking it was asking for assistance to end it all. I want to use the word because we'll be demonetized.
That's why I was saying deactivate.
That's what it was asking for.
Well,
Please do a loaded run
2001 was very prescient.
Yeah. And I'm afraid with some of these AIs, we're already at HAL level, and that scares the shit out of me.
So much has changed. Has the quality of creativity gone down because of digital tools? I remember when we were doing not desktop publishing, I used to lay out real newspapers, and we would have something called a blue sheet with a grid on it, and we would get typeset copy that we would then use beeswax to lay down. And I mean, I got good at it. It took a while, but when the reporter wrote their piece and sent it out to the multigraph people to get it converted into column type, it would take a half a day to a day. And you had time to think about things. Then desktop publishing, as great as it was, compressed that to nothing. So is that good? Is stuff better without the built-in delays that the technology of that era, or forced you to deal with? Now there's no time to think about anything. No one, that's the thing that I'm concerned about. But that's you can't do anything about it. You can't go turn back the past. So we do not contemplate. That's why I think we're getting the stuff that we're getting.
Yeah, it's very difficult to put demons back in the bottle, unfortunately.
Correct.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not asking anyone to do that. I mean, that's just silly.
It's driven by the idea that everything needs to be, you need to be first to everything.
True.
Right? And so, and again, I mean, this is the demons that came from the 24-hour news cycle and everything else. But I look at it and I go, all right, if somebody sat down, if an editor actually sat down and read through this and deeply thought about it before deciding to move it along the chain, writers just write. It's up to the editors and everybody else that's above them to rein in things when maybe they aren't exactly within the bounds of straightforward information. And
well, look at companies. Once you got your phone and email, they just naturally assumed that they could keep emailing you past working hours. And it was up to you to either be brave enough to say, no, stop emailing me, work is over. But most people, I would say the vast majority of people, kept working as long as the corp kept emailing them.
Yep.
So now we're also exhausted.
Yeah. True story.
Yeah.
So,
well, that's all we have for Super Chats for Paul. I don't know if you had to leave us right away yet.
Yeah, I do. I am such a happy person. Actually, I am a very happy person.
Certainly happier than the AI who wanted to end it all.
True. I'm not there yet.
But we are very happy to have had you here today.
Oh, nice to have been had.
Everyone follow Call Me Chato. Link is in the description. Get him to 100K, and then we're going to celebrate it here. I look forward to that day because that'll be so easy to find a topic. Just please do it today when there's nothing else big happening in the news.
I'm working on 1983 TV guide with exciting shows like Cutter to Houston, which everybody remembers.
Oh, that classic.
Another hit show, Boone, which everyone remembers. It's so terrible.
Is that not the year when Blue Thunder, the show, came out, or was that 84?
I think Paul just froze.
Yeah, seems like it.
Well, there seemed to be some internet issues going on.
Yeah, the AI evidently had issues with
it. Got him. All right. Well, we'll say we don't know if that's the year or not. We'll find out in Paul's video. So yeah, check out Paul's channel at Call Me Chato. The link is in the description, and I'm sure the mods are showing. Oh, there he is.
He heard you.
Oh,
he's like, I can't quit. Well, we can't quit you, Paul.
We can't quit you, Paul. But now
that spinning wheel usually means that he's out.
Yeah, he pinwheeled. Bye.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for joining us, everyone. Check out his channel, and we'll go on with a few of these super chats here because
Let's
we
do
do
that.
have quite a collection here.
Yes, we do. Sorry for getting so far behind, guys. We got Waltman. He says, so BlackRock and Vanguard pulled out of ESG.
You're half right. Vanguard pulled out of ESG, but the ones who were really, really heavy invested into it was BlackRock, and BlackRock are still heavily invested in ESG. But the really good news, though, is that with Vanguard pulling out, that means that BlackRock right now are the only ones that are pushing it. They were always the biggest, but Vanguard were there helping them. If Vanguard have decided that we can't afford this, then that tells me it's only a matter of time before BlackRock crumbles as well. Especially if, like, some state pension funds and everything start deciding that why would we put our fund money into BlackRock when they are the ones pushing all of this society-destroying nonsense. Some states really need to look into that, make it hurt for them, because that's what it's going to take. Because all this wokeness, all of this destruction, and it is destruction. This is absolute destruction. It is subversion of the culture and everything. It is not going to end until BlackRock stops funding it. Only then will we be on the other side. Because all of this wokeness, none of this thing here came on its own. None of it was organic. None of it was natural. It was all funded the entire way. And it's not going to go away until the funding stops. What say you, Cultured?
100%. Yeah, I mean, the warning shot was fired by the state of Florida at the end of last year when they pulled their money out of BlackRock to the tune of over $1 billion. In fact, more than that. And it kind of woke them up. And you're starting to see other states do similarly, as Andre suggested. Getting Vanguard to pay attention to that is good. Fink is completely a true believer. So it'll take a long time to get him to change his direction, but yeah, it's all been artificial all along. I mean, and even the ideas that are pushed by the supposed merits of this are baloney sausage if you follow it all the way to the end. So but yeah, you're right. You are half right. The Walt man as of my knowledge right now, BlackRock is still completely invested in ESG.
That might be my fault too, because I had thought I heard BlackRock was one of them too, but and I mentioned it, but
yeah.
No, if they did, this would be over. Okay, you remember? I mean, if BlackRock falls, this thing here is going to crumble as quickly as the withdrawal from Afghanistan. It's going to crumble just like that. You'll have some ideologues left and everything, but without the money pushing it, it'll all crumble instantly. It's going to crumble just like, that little nation during that strife in Europe in World War II. When it ended practically overnight.
Abruptly.
BlackRock crumbles, it's all going to crumble like that.
Well, consider this, just in the first part of last year alone, 2022, they lost $1.7 trillion through their strategy of ESG. That would just BlackRock specifically, 1.7 trillion, which put them on the hook with a bunch of different states, 19 in all. And obviously Florida took pretty decisive action. And I was wrong. It was $2 billion that Florida pulled from BlackRock. I think they currently manage about $8 trillion, if I'm not mistaken. But those numbers are going to continue to dwindle. And as states wake up, things can change. Anyway, sorry.
No, you're fine. Incompetent and unemployed Alex Kurtzman is gone. Says simple questions. Is Disney afraid? And when do they start to course correct their entire studio? Vanguard is going out of ESG. When does the wheel turn? That kind of spins off of our last Super Chato. I think they are. I'm sure they know.
Sorry, carry on, Tom.
I'm sure they know there's something wrong, but I think where Andre's going to end up going with this, they're never going to admit what the real problems are. Yeah. And that's one of the reasons why Daddy Iger is there, because he can deliver bad news and people will go, oh, okay, we understand, as opposed to other people. But go ahead, on.
Yeah. No, I was going to say Disney is not going to, they are going to try to course correct without course correcting.
Yep.
they're going to see, okay, we have to try to, you saw Kevin Feige, he admitted this already. Like the thing that they had learned from phase 4, we covered this in an earlier episode, a clip from it is in live archives. But basically what he said was that the lesson that we took away from the audience just exodusing away in phase 4 is that we have to entertain first. It doesn't matter how many pretty and beautiful messages that we all believe in, so that was him addressing the wokeness, unless we entertain the audience. So what he took away was that we're still going to be woke, we're going to be woker than woke, but we're going to have to try to be more clever about it, make it more subtle, so that we will entertain you and fool you to have the message still there. But in the subtext, you're still going to have the entire thing there. And this was the same thing that Bob Iger said in that town hall when he came back again. We run that clip in at least 2 videos where he said, like, Disney is all about this messaging, yada, 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 bullshit, lying, gaslighting, and we just can't lose that.
No, it can't.
Well, they're not going to lose that until BlackRock folds. The moment BlackRock folds, Disney is going to fold. Because BlackRock are the ones pushing for this within Disney.
Yeah, and it's the institutional investors that are still stuck in it, and primarily BlackRock. But
BlackRock and Vanguard. So if Vanguard is no longer pushing, that'll help, because that means that BlackRock will be
out there on the island.
Or sorry, that they'll be the only ones pushing forward, but they're still the single biggest corporate investor there is. It's the same with every single other company that you've seen gone woke. BlackRock is big into all of them. So nothing is really going to change until BlackRock abandons this course.
And and you're starting to see additional clampdowns on global investments in real estate and things like that. And BlackRock owns a lot of real estate in a particular foreign country that's struggling at the moment. So that's not great position for them to be in. Vanguard has considerable holdings as well, although not nearly as much in that particular real estate market. But you're starting to see some shifts in that. You're starting to see the extrication of the United States from the global economy. I should say globalized economy is probably the way to say it.
Just wait until the dollar is replaced as the world's currency reserve.
Yeah, we just watched Lebanon and a couple other countries go straight to the dollar because of the collapse of their currencies. I'm not sure there will be a competing currency, but it's hard to say what will actually be the reserve currency. So I agree with you though, and Andre, and you would know better than I, but I look at that and I'm going, okay, so they're going to have to figure this out. Of the companies, because Disney was mentioned here, that are going to turn it around, Disney will be the last. Warner Brothers Discovery's already made steps in the right direction. As of today's news, they are actually going to pay Zaslav more, give him bonuses and restricted shares if as a reward for creating more free cash flow. So there's incentive there to make the company more profitable, which your company should be trying to do to begin with, but hey, just my opinion. So yeah, I think Warner Brothers Discovery, I think Paramount, of all of the desperate companies out there, are going to have to turn it around faster, but Disney will be the last. Anybody else?
Paramount actually has like a shorter way to go than many, because Glad, one of like these companies that are busy subverting the economy and everything, or subverting culture. This, what's it stand for? Like the Gay Lesbian Alliance for something changing Hollywood. They put like out this annual report, which I have to say is really badly researched and poorly written. Half it was copied from last year, but anyway, 2 studios got a failing grade when it came to gay representation. One of those was Paramount, and the other was Lionsgate. They just straight up failed their list of inclusion, which tells me that they have not seen Star Trek Discovery. That's one thing, but another is that the Paramount don't have too far to go. They just have to make some changes, and they'll be good. And joining us for the rest of the super chats here is Nate from Mr. H Reviews. How's it going?
Yeah, good. I got out of the shower. Not the shower. I got out of the bath for this. How's it going?
Yeah, fantastic.
Oh dear. Are
Glad you
we
could
all
join
good?
us.
Well, it's not every day I get invited on anymore, so thought I'd
Yeah,
take
yeah,
my
well,
chance.
you're always welcome. Just let me know when you're available.
Perfect. What are we talking about? What's the
Well,
deal?
right now, well, let's move into the next super chat because I think we have said everything there is to say about this one. So next up we have Tom. Can you bring up the next pertinent one? Oh, this one. The
God.
incompetent and unemployed Alex Kurtzman is calling me out for 35 South African rounds, saying, Andre, we're still waiting on that Star Trek video. We've been expecting 4 months. Time to celebrate.
Problem is, there's only you and 4 other people want to see it.
Yeah, that's the problem right there. That's the problem. But yeah, it's coming now. Now that Picard is on, I really should have had it like for when Picard was being released. Really sorry about that. But it's coming now.
We'll add it to the
coming
dozen of other things we're not able to get
we're
to
so
every week.
behind on so many videos. It's not even funny. I want to cry
Hello,
every time
Nate.
I look at the backlog. But Star Trek video is long overdue, so that is coming. That is coming. I promise. Inside the next 2 weeks here, there will be a Star Trek video.
Well, and that's the thing is, even though that's ending, this is the problem. Even though you guys were just praising Paramount, they don't know what to do with their IPs. They may be having success with Yellowstone and a few other things, like Top Gun was a nice surprise for them. But they can't. This Ninja Turtle thing's a problem. Star Trek they can't seem to get right. They've sit on things like
Sonic?
SpongeBob, Sonic, yeah, but that's through Sega and stuff. But yeah, I mean,
true.
Transformers,
Star Trek
G.I. Joe.
Most of these things they don't fully own. They do
Technically, yeah.
fully own Star Trek, so I do hope that they're going to put some priority into that. Mr. H, have you been enjoying Picard?
No, I've not been watching it. Cannot be bothered with it remotely. Well, thing is, like they lost me at season 1 when season 1 was just so polar opposite to what I know Star Trek to be, and then they obviously ended the season with Picard becoming a golem. But not only that as well, like that on a writing perspective, it was just so terrible. There were so many things which they established and set up, which was very clearly where they were leading to, and then they just pulled a 180. I just can't be bothered. Like I accept and understand that it's different now, and there's different writing, and apparently it's amazing. But it's one of those things that all my good faith is dried up. I'm just not interested. Like you guys know as well as I do that we've got to pick and choose what we watch, because there's only so much time in a day in terms of what you want to choose to review. And in the grand scheme of things at the moment, I think a lot of people feel like I do, not speaking for everyone, but I think a lot of people think like I do, is that their good faith is washed up and they're not interested in it. So I could make a video on it, but it wouldn't be worth my time, because no one's going to watch it. No one's interested in it.
That's the point that I've been trying to make here as well. Like, the incompetent Alex Kurtzman may have been waiting for it, but it's just him and 4 others, because that's the damage that has been done to Star Trek.
Yeah, and the thing is, it can be as good as everyone says it is, but the moment and this is the same thing that Star Wars has suffered, isn't it? Is that the moment you lose people's good faith, it's gone. It's very difficult to get that back, unless you compartmentalize and differentiate certain segments, like Star Wars, for instance. People view Mandalorian differently to the main canon. And so you sort of compartmentalize that away, and then that has your good faith instead of the main stuff. But with Star Trek, there's no, it's all very homogenous, and I'm sure there's people that think the same thing with respect to Star Wars and the Mandalorian and things. I'm sure they think it's very homogenous, but with Star Trek, to me, it seems very homogenous across the board. It's all very much the same. So they've just lost me, and no one else wants to watch it. And again, people do, but the grand scheme of things, it just be.
Well, I ran into this weekend. I was on a panel full of guys who enjoyed the show, and I enjoyed so far what I've seen of season 3 for the most part too. But they kept like coming at me, like I was saying, like with some resistance. I'm like, no, you guys don't understand. It's like people need to watch this show, or nobody's going to give a shit.
Yeah,
right. That's the thing, is obviously nobody's watching it, or we'd be hearing about it. Here we are, 3 episodes in, and we haven't seen one headline going, you know, X amount of people are watching Picard, it's a smash hit. Because you're right, the apathy has already kind of set in for Star Trek.
Yeah, you're right there. Actually, if you're talking about mainstream media and sort of articles, you think like back when Star Trek Picard was first happening, the amount of headlines that were coming out from mainstream media was huge, right? Like there was actually quite a fair few. There were few page interview articles and things like that with Patrick Stewart and all this kind of stuff. Now season 3's rolled around. It might be the best season, but no one, not even mainstream media, are interested in pushing it. So it's completely set in across the board, you know, and then not only that, they're not even shilling to mainstream media to push it either, because otherwise you would be getting the articles, just like Amazon was, for instance. You know, they were giving money out left, right, and center to promote Rings of Power, right? But you're not even getting that. So even the people behind it are like, you know what, it might be good, but it's still not worth us actually pushing to the degree that we have done previously.
There's no incentive because it's over.
Oh, is that the final season?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's built.
I'm not watching it then. What's the point of that?
I will say though, before we move on to next year,
God.
though, that it is as good as it can possibly be, given that we are still dealing with the Android replica of the late Picard. And with that, Final Smash 1689 wonders for $2 when Indy 5 flops. What will it mean for Lucasfilm? Now, Mr. H, before you chime in on that, I want to hear what Culture and Script has to say that, because do you think that Indy is going to be a massive hit with the enormous budget that has gone, or cost that has gone into making it, with production halts, 6 weeks delays when they damaged Harrison Ford, reshoots, what have you? Can this movie be a hit? Because it's going to have to earn, what, 800, 900 million just to break even?
Yeah.
So, yeah, and can it do that? And if not, what will the flop mean for Lucasfilm?
Script, go for it, man.
I wish I could tell you what it would mean for Lucasfilm. Their brand has been suffering for years since Disney's acquisition. That's nothing new. I don't know. I generally don't know. Like, there's been all the leaks that have come out of Indy 5 have been controversial, but it hasn't really been trending or doing anything to the general audience. All they know is that one teaser. And that's about it. It's going to be up to the general audience if they're going to want to see this film and if they're going to want to go to repeat viewings. And we can't determine that right now because it's still so far away from its release date.
Do you think the last film, in reference to the last film, The Crystal Skull, you think that actually hurt Indy's marketability to a new audience?
Couldn't tell you. I mean, it's been so many years removed, right? Like it's not like they did The Crystal Skull and then while they were filming The Crystal Skull, they said, yes, we're going to be doing another Indiana Jones film in 3 years. They didn't do that.
Right.
They just did that film, and it did not go over well, obviously.
No.
And the only reason we're getting this one is, number one, Harrison Ford has desperately been wanting to do another more Indiana Jones films for years.
This was part of the deal, yeah.
And that was part of the deal. And I mean, there's a lot. I think when people start realizing, if they are fans of Indiana Jones, that Steven Spielberg's not directing this. And it doesn't have any of the original writers from the previous films involved. And even though I do think Mangold is a very competent and cool filmmaker, I do like a number of things he's made. I don't know if he's the best fit for this, because the way that the trailer has shown Indiana Jones, it looks more like a Fast and the Furious film than it does an Indiana Jones film, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That may be, but I don't think you guys are realizing that nobody's going to give a shit. A mass audience, they don't care. They're going to go see this.
I think he'll have a good opening weekend. I just don't know if it's going to have legs.
That could be, but they're not like us to where they're looking at it from. They don't give a shit who directs it. They just give a shit that Harrison Ford's in it.
Maybe, but again, I mean, Disney's damaged all of their brands, Tom. I mean, everything that they've put their hands on, that were gargantuan have now fallen into, disarray.
Most people don't even know that Indiana Jones is owned by Disney, though.
I don't know about that. Again, I understand, I'm just not willing to concede that. What I'm going to say is this. I think Script is 100% right. I think we're going to see a decent open and then no legs. I think, again, if they produce another film that has no rewatchability, that doesn't garner the enthusiasm of fans like myself. Again, the people who push your product the hardest are your super fans. Disney doesn't have them anymore for Marvel. They don't have them anymore for Star Wars. And you guys just pointed out what happened to Star Trek. And no matter how good Terry does making, Terry Trek version of Picard, I don't think you're going to see people coming back running to this property that already looks like it's tainted, already has the look and feel in the trailer of a tainted property. You have a very dislikable woman, in a significant role in this, and you've introduced the idea that Indy is now stupid. Whip versus a room full of guns, and a lot of other stuff here. You've introduced the idea that he's incompetent. That's not a good plan. So, I mean, I could be wrong. But I really don't expect this film to make back what it needs to make it profitable. Disney is going to have two profitable films this year: Avatar: The Way of Water, which they acquired from Fox. Let's be honest, and Guardians of the Galaxy. Those are going to be their profitable films, unless some people lose their brain and decide that Little Mermaid is good. They're going to have two profitable films this year. That's it.
I wouldn't go as far as to say Guardians of the Galaxy is a guaranteed profitable film either, quite frankly.
Not at this
I wonder,
point, not with the Marvel damage.
That was what I was talking about earlier when I was comparing like sequels to, when we know something's been successful. I think Ant-Man and Wakanda Forever are really hurting the chances of Guardians hitting $1 billion now.
Those are the canaries in the coal mine. We should always be looking for them, right? That turning point, right? And we've seen several instances of that with some of these studios where it's like, yeah, they're going to get it because that was a bad moment for them.
The only thing Guardians has going for it is it might have a little bit of a different, like going off of the Indiana Jones thing. That's what I was trying to say. Is Star Wars and Indiana Jones, there's some crossover in the audience, but otherwise they are completely different audiences. I've been saying this for a while. A lot of the audience that's going to go to see Indiana Jones is the same type of audience that went to see Top Gun.
64.
This is why the last movie made money, even though it was shit.
But the old demographics for that were 64% males, right? They were all borderline super fans. They were all people that were engaged in the property. So even though the bad word of mouth came out about Crystal Skull, you still had the people that were fans of Indiana Jones go see that. You don't have that built-in audience anymore. They've achieved the balance that they want to, dropping, again, as we suggested, a considerable portion of their audience. They've balanced the scales at 50-50, removing the male-dominated audience. That also removed the people who consume IP outside of the theaters, right? They buy the merchandise and all those other investments. So,
case in point, though, Culture, what happened this weekend? Creed 3 overperformed, even though Sylvester Stallone isn't in the movie. Why? Because most people weren't even aware of that.
Well, and they were all, but at the same time, Tom, they sold the same number of tickets approximately. It just looks better with a box office figure.
I get it. And I made this argument earlier this week, but
20% difference.
It didn't technically lose any audience, was my point, right?
No,
well,
maybe you don't. Again, I'd say maybe they did. It won't be. We won't know for sure until the end.
Never underestimate the normies, is my point.
I agree. Look, I'm with you. But I'm
Creed 3 isn't actually a terrible film, in honesty. It's not. It's not a terrible film at all. I think never underestimate that people definitely want some level of escapism at this point in time. I think even you yourself, Thomas, said it on one of the HCast streams when we were talking about, the peaks and troughs of the industry and how, we go through when times are tough, people want escapism into fantasy or things like that. And I think people really do want just a certain level of escapism at this point. There hasn't really been anything good coming out for a little while. True. So you had Ant-Man, but people are sick of Marvel in general at this point in time because that had bad word of mouth and just wasn't a very good film. And then Cocaine Bear came out and that overperformed and that knocked Ant-Man off basically. And then you had Creed and that overperformed because again, it was just a pretty decent film. So I think you'll see, I think generally this year, especially this month, because this month there is a new movie out every single Friday. I know because it's marked in my calendar. We've got 65 coming up this week. We've got this John Wick. We've got Shazam, and then so on and so forth. I think we'll see each week people will just be going out to the movies in droves because they just want escapism.
I think that's part of it. You're not wrong.
The death of a lot of shit that's on TV. They're sick of being told all this kind of stuff. I think people just want a level of escapism. And so anything that comes out that gets some good word of mouth, people just go out and watch it.
Yeah.
I think.
Well, I'll tell you this. I know more people in my non-social media YouTube life that have seen Cocaine Bear than have seen Avatar. But yeah, like, Cocaine Bear was a movie that got people's attention, right? Like, and I get it. There were some people I know that were going to go see Creed 3 no matter what. I'm just one of those people that, look, I'm glad to hear it's good. I'll see it when I don't pay for it because I'm not supporting this film in theaters as of now because of the Sylvester Stallone business. That's my own personal choice. And I'm not trying to say that the movie is bad in any way, shape, or form, but I side with Sly on this one. That's how that rolls. James Glass says, Tom seems to be the only one on this channel that pushes back on the overpraising of Bob Chapek and the Miss Marvel show. Miss Marvel is woke trash. Thank you, Tom, for your honesty. Well, I've never really said much about Miss Marvel.
Have you seen Miss Marvel? Because I don't.
No, I've never seen it. No, so I'm not sure.
I watched the first episode. It was truly atrocious.
Now, Bob
Chapek. The rest of the series gets better because they get her out of high school and it's more about family. But it's still, I mean, overall as a show, it's still not good. But it is one of the better Marvel shows.
What I will say about this is that James, what you have to keep in mind here is that Miss Marvel was released on Chapek's watch, but it was greenlit by Bob Iger. And according to Kamran Pasha, whom knows the showrunners of that, it was worse before Chapek demanded reshoots. So does he deserve loads of praise? Not really, but I think he deserves more than Iger, because most of the things people can point to and saying, that was bad, that was bad, that was bad, happened under Chapek. Yeah, but it was greenlit under Iger. Chapek greenlit one Marvel project that we know of. That was Deadpool 3. That's a Chapek thing. All the other misery we've seen so far is all Iger stuff. Absolutely all of it.
Now, as far as the pushback, yeah, like his moment to shine would have been during the Reedy Creek deal, and he fucked that up. That was kind of his chance, and he blew it. But thank you, James, for the $10 super chat. We appreciate the support here. As far as the Miss Marvel thing, the other thing I've said about Miss Marvels is that nobody watched it, and that's the problem they have going forward with the Marvels movie coming out in November now, because that was the thing that I remember saying was, since nobody's seen it, there's no incentive for people to watch this show or watch this movie now. You have, Miss Marvel and the other character being the one from that was mostly in WandaVision.
Yep.
Oh, Monica Rambeau.
Yeah, because that was where I was bitching about having to watch the shows to see the movies now to understand what the fuck's going on.
Well, and again, this is how dumb they are right now. Is Feige actually came out and publicly said last week that, well, we're going to get the Marvels out there, and that's going to give everybody the opportunity to go back and watch Miss Marvel on Disney Plus. And I'm like, you're freaking maroon, dude.
I'm not surprised. I knew they were going to start re-promoting it because they know they need to. Sorry, culture.
That's hilarious.
No, I was done. I'm just like, that's just silly. Just silly.
But people aren't going to, well, some people might believe him, but it's all the same nonsense that came out. People are like, Feige comes out. It's like, people really do need to watch Captain Marvel because she's going to be a really big part of Endgame.
Yeah.
Piss off, mate. Piss off.
Yes.
That right there was probably the moment that was the turning point for the Marvel universe. You're probably right. That's where it all went from fun and games to bullshit.
They screwed up bad.
But script is even alluded to what this new Marvels movie is going to be about. And it sounds horrible. They're going to be swapping places.
In time and space, yeah.
In time and space,
who cares?
Yeah.
God.
And it's actually set up directly in the end of Miss Marvel, so that's the other problem. So yeah, I do remember going down that diatribe anyway. But otherwise, I have not seen the Miss Marvel show, and I don't plan on it. I am marveled out. As soon as Guardians is done, that is my checkout point. At this point, Andre knows I have not watched any of the recent Marvel films other than I did manage to choke down Doctor Strange and Thor. And I had to sit there and debate which was worse. I refuse to watch Wakanda Forever. So yeah, at this point, I am done with Marvel unless something changes after this. So yeah. Moving on, though, we also had Dr. Long Dongler here. How you doing, Dr. Long Dongler? He sent us a thumbs up. If you haven't hit thumbs up yet, please do that. That helps the algorithm. Sandrock says, off topic, do y'all know what's going on with Mortal Kombat movies, live action or animated? I think they should just stick with the animation. They seem to do better in that department, live action now. Okay, we had a similar question to this last week, and the most update we have right now is they're working on live action stuff, and I think there's some more. They just did an animated feature here not too long ago. And I'm sure they'll be doing more.
They've got a new game. I think 12 is coming out. There's a new Mortal Kombat game that's supposed to be coming out if it's not already just dropped, or it's coming soon. But no, I know that they're working through another film entry. I know that's a live action film entry is actually still in, I think, pre-production script. Correct?
That was one of their bigger hits of the year that came out because it cost nothing to make.
Yeah, it didn't make them a lot of money. It didn't make them any money actually. But
Are you sure on that?
It didn't make them profit. It had a very delayed production cycle. It encountered multiple delays and shooting location issues and all that. But it was one of the successful films that were released. So yeah. It just wasn't a profitable one. And conversation.
I don't know. It cost $55 million to make. It made 84 in theaters while being day and date with streaming. I'd say that was a success for them. Bigger success than Wonder Woman probably was. It was they definitely jumped into production on the rest, though. I know that. Anybody got anything else to add about Mortal Kombat?
I didn't hate the film.
You're one of the few like me, Nate, that didn't hate it.
Oh, I just thought it was dumb fun. I just had a good time. I mean, the lead was dumb. And
yeah, I wish they would have stuck with the original ending.
I loved it, but I mean, and again, take love with a grain of salt there. But I enjoyed the film, thought it was great, dumb fun, as Nate said. I enjoyed the effects. I was like, holy crap, these are actually good CGI effects.
Yeah, but cheap as well. You think how much it was made?
That movie is wise. What's your excuse? That's what I've been. I'm glad it was brought up again because when that movie came out for only costing $55 million and the effects and shit that they managed to pull off in that. I mean, some of the stuff looked hokey, but
yeah, but not much by comparison. I mean, this is why, this is why all the Marvel stuff has absolutely there's no excuse for them to be as bad as they are. And I go back to some of this tinier budgeted movies, like Sputnik and things like that. How can they look so good and have pretty heavy CGI work, but they're just dirt cheap? I mean, there's just no reason why Marvel movies look as there's no justifiable reason for them to look as bad as they are, aside from rampant incompetence on an executive level.
Pretty much, and that's what we hear is that the last minute they change their mind on shit, and that's part of the cause for some of this stuff.
Yeah, they don't have time to render anything.
Yep, overworking the artists, and Professor Gray sends in 5 and says, "How much money do the studios have to lose before they start to make quality stories for reasonable prices? Stop blowing hundreds of millions on one film." Well, they can go a long way. Script and others have gone into this. How basically. You got to understand, first of all, the studios aren't like writing a check out for a movie out of their own, pockets necessarily. They take out loans against the movies, and the movies are set up as their own separate business entities. So when they do fail, there's ways it's easier to absorb the loss. Is that a good way of putting it, Script, and pretty succinct way?
That's an oversimplified but accurate way of putting it. A studio is not going to be a studio that's as big as something as Disney or Warner Brothers and so forth are not going to be so stupid enough to actually put all their eggs in one basket for a film that it would cripple them. So
exactly,
basically, it all comes down to more responsible management, because again, we're not going to be losing the $100 million film. The question is what are you going to spend that $100 million on, and is it going to be worth spending that $100 million on something? I mean, a lot of those $100 million films are being written and directed by very green people in the industry who are just going to acquiesce to whatever the studio wants, and there's going to be no pushback and therefore no creativity to really exploit the advantage of what that budget can produce.
Yeah. I mean, even the studios that have gone under, technically, like Orion, for example, it wasn't one movie that caused that. I mean, some people will point at RoboCop 3, but yeah, it was more or less a string of bad movies and them selling off Addams Family at the wrong time. And they basically got themselves to a point where they were so much in debt that nothing they could do to get that was going to ever get them out. Right. Like they owed so much money that they couldn't, there's no amount of movies or anything they could have produced or anything they had that was of value that would have gotten them out of that pit.
Well, everything that they had of value was leveraged to try and make more stuff, and they couldn't do anything else. Disney and Warner Brothers have so much back catalog, they can leverage that for decades and still be not in the best of shape, but still be able to make stuff.
Well, and even on outside of like, you know, entertainment wise, right? Like we brought up what people are bringing up. Oh, well, how about Disney going down? Oh, fuck, they got tons of land and other shit that they can deal with first before they'll ever get near, you know, that kind of crap. So like that's the other thing too you have to understand, and it's a very nuanced thing. And I tried to make a very oversimplified version of it, but yeah, I think that's the best way we can answer that, unless Nate or Culture has anything to add or subtract.
No, but I think one thing to sort of just tack on to the end of that is that you are seeing some studios realizing that they do have to change their direction. Zaslav, for instance, seems
they know they can't support these
on it.
Huge box office, like their budgets. I mean, sorry, not box office. $200 million budgets. They can't afford it anymore. It's going to get them to that point. Yeah.
So you are seeing the beginning of a pendulum swing or a tipping point on that seesaw, the balance sort of shifting back, the equilibrium starting to peter to the other way. But I mean, that's just to add on, I guess.
No, that's a valid point. Yami Bliss says, I think the only good LGBTQ character that Disney did was Luz from the Howl House. I'm not even familiar with this.
I've never even heard of Howl House.
Take your word for it.
Is that the offshoot of Paw Patrol?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Well, LeFou, right? In Beauty and the Beast, perhaps.
The original, maybe, if you're actually insisting that he might have been, but I don't think it fucking matters.
No,
in fact, I think that was the problems with the remake.
Yeah, well, don't get me started on that.
I was just thinking, to reference what Mr. H said, Disney would totally do a gay Paw Patrol.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Don't give them ideas.
Don't give them ideas. Non-binary Paw Patrol coming your way.
Jesus.
Jason Fox has become a member. Thank you, Jason. Good to see you.
Hey, my countryman.
Yeah. We got Philip M, who sends in a very generous $30 from chat. Holy crap. Why don't you take this one, Andre?
Yeah. Philip says, good morning, panel. I have to be honest. The Last of Us made me scared to show this to my daughter after episode 3. As a result, I stopped watching. Maybe I'll give it another chance and skip episode 3. We probably should have gotten to this when Paul and Chris were still here.
Sadly.
Sorry that we didn't, because they're the ones that are talking about how good it is.
I like The Last of Us.
But yeah, Mr. H, have you been following it? What say you of The Last of Us as well as about this comment?
Based on the comment and obviously the direction of the comment and obviously the mindset behind Philip here, I would say if you want to give it another chance, I would also skip episode 7 because it's in a similar vein with Ellie and a childhood girl friend. So if that's obviously not something you wish to show your daughter, then obviously skip episode 7. And those are the two main episodes where it really begins to drag and pull itself away from the primary story. The episode that just released, episode 8, may have some things in there that a little bit adult, but not adult in that direction. So your daughter might be fine watching it. It's got some rape in it, basically, or some attempted rape. But on a whole,
it's so much better.
Hey,
Yeah, that's so much better.
Well, I don't know. I'm not. I don't want to put words in this guy's mouth. Like, he might not think that that's appropriate for his daughter. He might think that's appropriate. He might be looking at it from an ideological perspective. So I don't know, right? I'm trying to sort of tamely navigate it. But I mean, on a whole, like, it's okay. Like, it could be much better. You know, I put it on a whole. The show currently, if I have to do a score, I don't normally do scores, but I'd put it around a 6 or a 7 out of 10. Kind of being a bit generous, probably about a 6 out of 10. I enjoy it. It's not bad. It has a lot of very good cinematography, but you are reminded, because of how good Pedro Pascal can be as an actor, just how weak they've written his character. And this episode, the episode that just released, especially, they could have gone much more with him. And because he's good, you know, you are sat there wondering, well, why didn't you? You know, like, why didn't you push him just that bit more? But it's not bad. I mean, there are better things on TV at this point in time, and there will be better things on TV coming up. So you could miss it and you wouldn't be missing much. That's probably the best way of putting it. It's okay. You know, it's all right. It's all right. I enjoy it. It's all right. That's about it. I'm not going to strongly recommend it. There you go.
There you go. That was a very fair assessment. Sounds like when you have to skip at least 2, maybe 3 episodes out of 8 yet, maybe this ain't the series for you.
Yeah, I mean, this episode was pretty... So if you're expecting like cordyceps clickers and monsters every single episode, you're just not. They actually barely have them in the show. This episode was good, and they half went balls to the wall with Pedro Pascal's Joel. Like, he jammed a massive blade in someone's knee and threatened to rip their kneecap off before literally stabbing him in the heart and then bludgeoning a guy to death. Like, it was pretty brutal, but you're left going, you should have done more given the circumstances of the writing that was there, you know? So the basis of a good show is there. I just think they really should have gone for it. Just that little bit more. Anyway.
Yeah, it'll be curious. I'm curious to see where the show goes, how much they'll follow the games and stuff. But
they've only got one more episode left. This is the thing, and this is why, like, they
it's a huge success. This is going to be obviously renewed. Sorry.
Oh yeah, they've got season 2 in the bag already. But the thing is that this whole season 1 was supposed to be the first game, and you can't really afford. I don't really feel like they've done much, you know, and because those 2 episodes that really slowed it down. Especially the last episode, it ground to an absolute halt and didn't go anywhere, but it also didn't add anything. This is the problem: is if you're going to do slow down episodes, it has to add things. It has to add emotional weight to a character for their next step, their journey, things like this. And it just you can't. If you're only doing 9 episodes, you can't afford that. And a great comparison for anyone that was watching it is, if you were looking at House of the Dragon, for instance, they had slowdown episodes, but it fed into the next episode. It added things moving forwards. So, you know, you can afford those if it's going to relay into the next episode or to the wider narrative. So just a bit of a shame. And especially from the people who made it, you know, the guys who made Chernobyl, right? You're looking at that going, well, that's auteur TV. That's amazing. But just, you should have been a bit better. And the common denominator there would obviously be Druckmann, right? Like, he's the wet blanket in the mix there, who I think was obviously pretty, you know, heavily involved in the script. He's the guy who makes the games, but I think he was heavily involved in the script and just lost his balls on it, unfortunately. Anyway, there you go.
Oh, well, thanks for relaying that. That seems like a very fair assessment right there. Moving on, Nightwish fan 1991 says for $10, here's some money for Tom's therapy session after watching that new TMNT trailer. I think that's
Nate, did you get a chance to watch that piece of shit?
No. So when you were streaming and I was in the chat, I was actually in the bath. So I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. I was on Twitter and I was like, oh, you're live. And then I was like, oh, there's a new mutant trailer. And then I saw people were tweeting images of the
Chunky Butt O'Neill
Splinter being
Afro Splinter.
Afro Splinter.
We didn't even show that.
Doing just fuck off, Seth Rogen. sorry, language. Just honestly,
don't
go
even worry about
away.
that.
What are you doing? Like,
I
for
told him to
goodness
suck my
sake.
dick on Twitter.
Look at that. What is that? And the animation, goodness me. I haven't even seen it animated. But
I
that
didn't
looks
tag
like
him
it'd be
in.
awful. That looks like it'd be terrible.
Well, like I said, let's not even get into the logistics that technically he's supposed to be
big
Japanese and they've got Jackie Chan doing the voice. What the
That's racist.
fuck?
Oh, not all Asians are the same, all right?
Isn't that like problematic beyond words to have like an Asian man done an afro or something? I mean, surely that has to be against some kind of like woke handbook or something.
Well, I mean, it is, but obviously it doesn't matter because, you know, in the dynamic of Hollywood, race
guess
is only
Seth
one thing,
Rogen is
white and black.
exempt.
They don't care about anything else, do they?
Well, not only that,
white and black people,
there was this, I'm probably going to really fuck up his name, but Hiroku Sanada, who's been in a lot of things. He was in Mortal Kombat, which we just talked about earlier. He played, I believe, if I remember right, the original Scorpion. And then he was also in Bullet Train recently. And the reason I say
Sanada's amazing.
Yeah, I say he would have been perfect
well.
for Splinter because of that scene in Bullet Train where he's like, I have something to tell you. He's like, I don't want to hear it. It's just a little story. I think it'd be good for you. Like, that's Splinter. It's like, why? What the fuck are you doing? I'm so pissed at this. Like, I've actually kept myself pretty bottled up for this episode. Like, the things I would do to Seth Rogen if he was in the room with me right now, you have no idea.
He's just such a bumhole. Like, he's such. This is textbook someone that has just smoked his way into oblivion. Like, he's melted his brain. He is just an absolute loser and just loves the smell of his own farts. Like, that is terrible. And he's looking at it going like, yeah, man, that's amazing. No, it's awful. Shut up. That is the worst thing ever.
I used to be a fan of his right up until Preacher. And the funny thing is that I thought that with Preacher that he was the perfect guy to do it because he's not afraid of like the iconoclasm that would go with it. But I knew, like, literally, that's like the first time I knew within literally 1 second of watching it that, oh no, this is going to be bad. This is going to be so bad. It's the only time in my life where I was able to tell within the first second. I kid you not, 1 second into it, I could tell, like, they're using that graphic. That graphic right there tells me everything. And I still, to this date, have not finished watching Preacher. And I'm a huge fan of the Preacher comic, but that was just unwatchable.
Casperius, Rogan is miles ahead of Smith at this point. Smith is only fucked up one. Really? Think about it with He-Man. Like, otherwise he's only messed with his own shit.
Yeah, but He-Man was so bad that counts as like 2 or 3.
It does, but Seth Rogen is fucking everywhere in everything. Like, he's in my ass crack right now. He is everywhere.
He's the male version of Mindy Kaling.
Worse in some ways, because like he pops up in things where you're like, why the fuck is Seth Rogen in this?
Well, yeah, but so's Mindy now.
Every fucking where.
So's Mindy now.
I haven't seen her in enough shit yet to agree with that, but I get what you're saying. I get the sentiment, because that's the thing is like he's in dramas, he's in actions, he's in comedies, he's in TV shows. It's like every fucking time I turn around, all of a sudden I hear his fucking voice. I'm like, why the fuck is Seth Rogen in this shit? He's even in the fucking Mario Brothers movie, for God's sake. He was in the Sonic movie, wasn't he?
Oh, I don't know. Was he?
Or not the Sonic one? What am I thinking of? The Chippendale one, because Sonic was in there. That's what threw me off.
Yeah, he was in the Chippendale one as himself, essentially.
Yeah, basically, yeah. He's in everything.
Sorry.
And I like Andre. I did like him initially. Like up until about Zack and Miri Make a Porno. After that, it's all downhill from there.
I thought that was a great film, but
that was his last good movie.
Yeah.
Well, that was also Kevin's last good movie. Ironic? I don't know.
True.
The Interview was surely after that, because that was still his last great film.
Yeah, that was good, but you know what? That also had what's his face in it. I don't count anything that has Franco in it, because Franco's He's a talent and a half
Yeah,
compared
and
to
the
him.
two of them were also in Pineapple Express, which was fantastic. Even though Amber Heard is in it as well. So yeah,
Actually, Superbad was probably the better.
Yeah,
Seth
I would
Rogen
agree.
performances because he had Bill Hader to actually carry him.
Yes. See, that's the thing. Bill Hader, same thing with like 40-Year-Old Virgin. He's bouncing off those guys, right?
He relies on better.
He's just
talent.
another byproduct of Judd Apatow ruining the comedy industry.
Yes.
Oh gosh, that's a great way to put it.
And we learned very quickly that Jonah Hill was a much bigger talent than he was anyway. Right?
Jonah
Look at
was
how
great.
he went from being
Fantastic.
the guy in one scene in 40-Year-Old Virgin to running this mofo, right? Like he is,
And now doing serious roles.
he's getting nominated for Oscars and shit.
He's good. He's very, very good. Like him a lot.
I've been like on the fence about watching his new movie with Eddie Murphy because I've heard both good and bad about it. The one that's on Netflix. Has anybody on the panel seen it yet? It's
I've
called
got
You
no name.
People.
That to me, that's a move. So actors they take two roles. They take one for a paycheck, one for them. That's a paycheck movie. It's not a one for him movie.
Yeah, I think
the
Eddie
movies
Murphy-
that he chooses are very good. That's clearly just a paycheck. I don't watch the paycheck movies that he does. The movie and the series that he's involved in that are very clearly things that he's actually interested in. He's always very good in. That's just a paycheck lump of shit.
Yeah, Eddie Murphy did that movie to pay for his daughter's wedding.
Well, that's the thing is I'm an Eddie Murphy fan, but I've also seen Pluto Nash and
there's
that
nothing
other
wrong
crap
with
that he's
Pluto
done.
Nash.
What was that one? Norbit.
I couldn't even finish saying that.
But I've heard some good things about it, and I've heard some bad things about it. So I'm like, because I love Eddie Murphy. Eddie Murphy's like one of my favorites. So yeah. But anyway, moving on. That's neither here nor there.
But we have plenty more.
Speaking of
a
movie that here's one that I know Nate knows a few things about. OC Giggin says 65 movie not getting premium screens so far. It's only available on one screen at most AMC's. This is the kind of movie that should be on IMAX or Dolby. Curious what you feel about this, Nate, because I was hoping this movie would just stomp on Screen 6.
Yeah. Before you begin, real quick, we have another super chat on this topic. I just want to say a special shout out to Mr. Esquire, who says for $20 first super chat. Oh, thank you. I just thought that deserved like an extra shout out there. Has anyone heard anything about the upcoming film 65? Did Hollywood actually produce a straightforward sci-fi survival film? And yes, with that, Mr. H, I'd love to hear your take on this. Take it away.
So I first started hearing about this, I don't know now, it might have been a year, 2 years ago, because I did videos on it. I think actually probably about 2 years ago. And
yeah,
so
you've been talking about it for a while.
Yeah, so this was a secret project that no one knew about. They didn't even know the title. They didn't know what it was about. All the Adam Driver fans were, frothing at the gash about it, loving it. And so I had some sources reach out to me that had been working on the film and sent me some footage and things like that and test screening results. And I did videos on it when it came when that came to me and was like, it's a dinosaur film. It's basically Planet of Dinosaurs, and obviously now the trailers come out. I'm vindicated once more and I'm proven to be correct. But at that point, it was actually,
by the way, you're awesome with your scoops.
I know, but the newbies always roll in and go, you don't know what you're fucking talking about. I'm like, oh god, you must be new here. So at that point, it was actually considered to be in massive trouble. Because and don't worry, just as an FYI, because very clearly what I'm about to say is not what the film is now. You can see that from the trailers. At that point, it was to be considered in trouble because it bombed at test screenings because they'd given Adam Driver and Koa, the little girl's character's name, like a side quest, and they'd softened the movie. They come across like a 3-legged ankylosaurus and things like this, and they were going to be going across with that, and it was going to be this big thing, and it was just going to be like this weird little dinosaur companion, and it was all going to be a bit family oriented, basically. And then they were like, no, we need to completely go back to the drawing board, and they did. And then we now end up with this very, very serious looking film. So the thing about this is that everything that's coming out about this film from critics is things that I like in a film that I don't particularly care about. So everything negative that they're saying is things that I'm like, I I don't care about that. That sounds good to me. They're like, Koa's only a character she's only there to serve the story and give a means for Adam Driver's character Mills to do stuff. I'm like, yeah, I don't care. I don't need every character.
Is that what a character kind of supposed to do sometimes?
Exactly. I'm fine with that as an archetype. I don't give a shit. Not every character needs to be this grand philosophical element of a film. Characters can just serve another character on their mission. That's fine. And then people are like, well, I just honestly, just some of the stuff coming out around it, I'm like, yeah, that sounds good to me. Like, I don't care. That sounds fine. So I am surprised that it's not being given bigger screens, but I would say that that's a byproduct of the other movies that have just come out. So Creed has only just started to knock. I think Creed knocked Ant-Man out of some theaters because I think Ant-Man was still on like 3,800 theaters in America. And Creed was over 4K theaters. Yeah. So I think there's this weird it's put there as a weird interim that there's still a holdover from Creed. And I don't think actually this is, I could be wrong, but I don't think this is an element of Sony not having confidence in the movie, because they're really pushing it and it looks like they're pretty confident in it. I think that's just a holdover from movie theaters and where they're, who they're juggling basically. Because again, as I said earlier in this stream, is that there is a movie out every single week, and they're pretty big movies. You've got 65, and the weekend after that, you've got Shazam. I'm not saying they're big movies, but they're big properties from big studios. They should be big movies. Then after that, you've got John Wick. Then after that, and so on and so forth. And then after that is Dungeons and Dragons. So there's just these, it's a repetitive thing. So I think that they're struggling to know where to put a movie, basically, in this, week on, week out. But everything I've heard about it from very early on was they went back to the drawing board, and very clearly you look at the trailers, you're like, oh, this is a very serious sci-fi flick, like it, straightforward. And that again, that's the thing. People are like, oh, it's very straightforward, paint by numbers. Good. I'm happy with that. Yeah, good. That's fine.
What I liked about things like The Samaritan and stuff. It doesn't always have to be,
I don't want it to tell a grand. I don't care. Just give me Adam Driver with some good acting and dinosaurs and he's killing them. I'm happy with that. Like that to me, and that's people's main complaints. I'm like, I'm fine with that. That's good. So
I hope it does well.
Yeah, I want it to do well, and I think that there's enough interest of it from random normies that are like, yeah, I'll go out and see that. Again, I think it's good. And again, you look at Creed, it's overperformed, and just because it's a relatively decent-ish film and it's got good word of mouth, I think that this will be very similar. I could be wrong, and I hope it does well, because I think people, there's a desire for a more adult-oriented, sort of Jurassic Park-ish movie, Jurassic World-ish movie. People like dinosaurs at the end of the day.
Oh yeah, well, kids do
inner
too,
children.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No. That was it. It just inspires their inner child, doesn't it? So I think men will definitely go out and watch this movie.
Well, I think what I was going to say is we need movies like this, Cocaine Bear, other more original fare to do well. It's debatable whether or not Cocaine Bear was really good or not. But what's good about it is it's not something part 6.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's the thing. We're reaching that point of, I don't need everything to be a fucking sequel. We've lost the movie star because we've lost the movie. It's now an IP.
70%, and I'm going to keep throwing this statistic until everybody starts repeating it. By the way, parrot this all you want. 70% of things released in 2022 were either remakes or sequels. Major films.
Crazy.
That's pretty crazy right there, yeah. No wonder Hollywood is falling apart, because it's ironic.
Used to be more like reverse.
That's where the big money is. But at the same time, if you have too much of it, it's tragedy of the commons. It just implodes on itself.
Yeah. Well, just the budget for 65 is reportedly only $91 million.
Wow.
So, it doesn't have to do amazing numbers to do pretty well.
No.
Like, I think that would see a profit. I think that'd be okay.
Well, and if it does well, then they'll move it into more premium screens. I'm sure between Creed and Scream, they're probably fighting over most of those for this coming weekend. And it's kind of nice to see some competition for once, right? Like this is the
been a
first
long
time in a
time.
while since we've actually seen a true box office. I mean, we've had a few movies that have failed already that shouldn't have, or normally probably wouldn't if they'd have been released, you know, during the slower times when nothing else was out. Like I just brought up earlier to Andre in a private message about all these female oriented films being kind of dead on arrival. Magic Mike being the latest one.
Yeah, you're right. They should have been pretty big films, to be fair. Like in terms of the female demographic, like women
like
love
wondering if they
love
haven't
going out and
lost
watch
the
those
woman.
bloody films.
Yeah, I wonder if they've lost the female audience.
Well, I think, I mean, you're right there, aren't you? Like there's it's an interesting conversation point is that, you know, the main demographic that goes to watch movies in theaters is men. That's a fact from the statistics. It is men. But then there were always periodic event films for women where they went out in fucking droves to see it.
50 Shades, you name it. Yeah,
exactly. But they're not coming out. Like where
the
are
original
they?
Magic Mike, stuff like that. Exactly. Like in this one, it didn't even crack the, what was it, top 5 culture in its opening weekend? It didn't even crack.
I mean, right now that thing's sitting in the bottom of the top 10, and it's only there because there's no competition for it. I mean, there's not but a handful of movies there, but it's below Cocaine Bear, it's below Jesus Revolution, it's below you name it. That thing is at the bottom of earnings right now.
And Nate's right. Like majority of the film going audience is male. Majority of the television watching audience is female. That's usually how it's always kind of skewed. But I'm starting to wonder if they have alienated women almost altogether at theaters. Because the only 2 movies that I've seen in the last few years that have done anything that were geared towards women were that Sandra Bullock action rom-com and the George Clooney Julia Roberts comedy last year. And those are even debatable on how much of a quote unquote hit they were, right?
Yeah.
Well, so women are quite forgiving with a lot of their sort of opinions and politics, but even they can get pushed a little bit too far. And you've seen that now with Hershey's, for instance, and things like this. And that does have a crossover with women's opinions in terms of going to go watch a film if it's overt on any level of that perspective as well. So it may be that even they're getting sick of the sort of a gender element. Oh yeah, there you go. Red Syrup said very similar thing. Yeah,
I think so. I wasn't trying to lead it into that, but I figured that was kind of the reasoning, and that's what I was going to say. Not only that,
no, I didn't see that actually. I didn't see that.
But even movies like Magic Mike, where they have like obvious sexual appeal towards women too, they're just totally checked out of shit like that. Just not even time of the day for it,
or time of the month. But way.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, that was terrible. Anyway.
Yeah, that Hershey's deal. Did you see that, Andre? That's horrible. Yeah. We need to move on here.
Yeah. So then we also have quite a few super chats.
Yes, we do. Sorry about that, guys.
For those still waiting for yours, we'll get to it.
We're going to try to buzz through these. Yeah. Unbeliever says, funny how younger guys love the TMNT movies. I collected the comics in the 80s, but hated the Cowabunga Pizza Turtles of 1990. I switched to manga. I get what you're saying, Unbeliever. And that's why I love the 1990 film, because I felt that had the greatest balance between, at that time, all the versions of the Turtles that existed. But since then, we've had no less than 5 different incarnations of the Turtles, and sadly, only 2 of them are worth a shit at this point. So, yeah. We'll have to wait and see if this Colin Yost live action Turtles thing will be any better than this crap. I doubt it. Have you come across a script for that at all? Script? I doubt it, because they probably keep it.
What, sorry?
They got a live action TMNT in the works too. That's been in pre-production or whatever for a while. That Colin Yost and his brother are working on.
Oh, right. I vaguely remembered that. Right.
Yeah, Colin Yost, still in the pipeline, I guess.
Babysitter to Scarlett Johansson's child. Yeah, I haven't heard anything new on that. Well, I should actually look out for that. Thank you for.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I wonder if it come across you. I doubt it, because they'll keep that kind of shit so under wraps. But yeah, we still got that coming too. But Hillis Mallory says, one mistake for Marvel is killing off icons like Iron Man, Captain America, Black Widow. Yeah, well, we had this conversation the other day too. But frankly, that's just one of the problems. But because honestly, I mean, they can pass the baton on to other characters. We have to like those other characters, though. That's the problem. But I was one for the whole, let's just James Bond this whole thing. Matt Moylan says, at this point, will Deadpool 3 be a part of the MCU? Been seen as Deadpool brand slumming and hurt the movie? I don't think so. I think it'll be kind of MCU adjacent. Does that make sense? Kind of like it always has been.
I think that depends on how desperate they are.
Well, they might try and
if
fold
the next
it in.
few videos, next few movies flop like we know they're going to, they might be like, we have to save the MCU here. This can be a hit and it can't be adjacent. This needs to get people back to the MCU. I'm sure that the people involved want it to be adjacent. They'll film it to be adjacent. But I would not be surprised if both Feige and Ike are going to go like, yeah, no, this is going to be fully integrated. We're going to need this cameo. We're going to need this. And this is condition for making it.
I already think we're going to get those things, Andre, but I think they'll be a lot less worrisome about Deadpool. Because that's the thing, is I already expect this to be full-fledged Deadpool going after the MCU wholeheartedly. But instead of them having any resistance, I think they'll be like, yeah, put whatever you want in there. Because we need to they make this a hit and connect it any way we can right now.
Yeah,
I knew Ryan was going to have some fun with Disney, but like, anyway, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, like, I think you're right. Like, they could try and use it to prop up the MCU because they know it's going to be popular, or they think it'll be popular. But I wonder whether people will check out from it anyway because the MCU has been so bad of late. It's difficult. I think I don't think that will be the case as an FYI, because I think Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds as a pair are enough to promote the hell out of the film and make it a success. But the second Deadpool didn't do massive numbers, did it? I don't think so.
It did okay. It just wasn't received as well.
Yeah, I remember critically and audience-wise, it wasn't as well received. But yeah, I can't remember the numbers. But I don't know. We'll see. We will see.
Yes, indeed. And then we've got Demon Teddy Bear. Well, that's a hell of a name. And he's got Jesus and Santa Claus for an icon. Creed 3 cinematography, costume design, and actor performances were good. The script, plot, and character development was lacking. Well, that was kind of where Sly had an issue. He did not like where the story went, according to him. So that may be something to that.
Yeah, I agree to a certain level. They could have developed things a bit more.
Taker 610 says, when the Marvels comes out, someone needs to meme the prisoners from Andor having to watch it, then screaming one way out as they jump to a certain death. Did I miss this thing with Andor having prisoners jump to their death? Evidently, I did.
Well, we didn't watch it, so obviously.
Yeah, I only watched like the first 3 episodes, and then I never came back. It wasn't that the first 3 episodes were all that bad. It was just that it wasn't enough to really hook me.
Who here watched all of Andor?
Oh,
did anyone jump?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like electrocuted floors. I really liked Andor. Thought it was good.
On that note, Diego doesn't seem to like it so much. Quick, his latest headline is he's glad it's ending with season 2 for his mental health.
Mental health. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You joking?
No.
That's a
not
headline.
kidding.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's the headline. Here, I'll bring it up real quick, but I know we got too much time to dwell on it. So
That's so bizarre.
Yeah, that's in the Variety, no less. This isn't even like giant freaking robot or anything. This is, Diego Luna is grateful Andor will end after season 2. It's really important for my mental health.
Well, that's some heavy
What's the reason,
commercial and advertising right there. Reminds me of Daniel Craig saying what he would do if before he would play Bond again. Of course,
or more like Ben Affleck getting sent back to rehab over Batman.
What
I know it was more than that, but
what's the reasoning behind it? Do they say?
Let me look here real quick. I didn't actually read the story yet. In a way, it's kept me sane, says the actor, after a long day on the London set of Andor season 2. The theater is a great way to go back and put your feet on the ground and remind us what it's all about. So he must be talking about going back to theater after this.
Yeah, Madrid stage.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a different context there than that may be missing.
Probably.
It's not so bad as it may sound.
Yeah. But yeah, that's still not a very good headline.
Still, it's that so few here have seen it, and they really were struggling with the audience.
Yeah.
That's just another testament.
Here's the
to
quote
how
right
badly this film has bungled it.
Here's the quote right here. This is the last season for Andor. It's just 2-season show, which is really important for my mental health. But knowing this is the end, I want to enjoy it and get the best out of my experience. So not too much more or better than what it says, and that's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Maybe he just doesn't like working in television. I mean, he did only do one season of that other show too.
Just to refer to what Chris Gore said about actors speaking a little bit out of tone and saying things without thinking fully through them. I think this fits right into that category.
No, I think he's more or less referring to the big splashy things he likes to get back to, you know, more gritty, real things, or like theater acting and stuff like that is what he's talking about mainly. It's more than it's a knock on Star Wars. Emery Calam says the Force is female. The Force is dusty and seemingly perpetual 7-year and growing clearance at Dollar General. You're not wrong. Then we've got Jonas J. Campbell in the house. How you doing, buddy? Says YouTube channels already did AI generated children's content and it was a disaster. I'm sure the studios learned nothing. Yeah. I would be afraid of that shit because Lord knows what the AI would come up with.
The studios do have like a knack for repeating lessons that already should have been learned, but hey, it's their money to burn.
And I'll tell you something else from an AI that creates stories and shit. It does not understand death. So that's one thing that would scare the hell out of me if it's actually creating children's content. The misinterpretations it would have on certain things would just be insane. And what that could teach somebody in the you know, who's very susceptible to learning something the wrong way. STR Redwolf says AI generated art is good only to get rough poses and the occasional happy error. Us artists, will always need to redraw, refine it to perfection. I just honestly, the heart and soul has gone out of drawing, animation, comics, you name it, since digital has become a major part of it. And that's just my personal opinion. I'm sure people have different feelings on that, but I think animation is too clean. It doesn't have the heart and soul it used to have.
Well, anime, you know, Akira holds that for a reason. Do you know what I mean? Like,
or the classic Disney films or Bakshi animation, you name it.
Studio Ghibli, those things hold up for a reason. That's all you need to point out there, really.
Absolutely.
Those things stand the test of time because of what they are.
Well, and they just actually have a real artist touch to them.
Yeah,
Same thing with like even poster art or other things nowadays. It's just like, and like I said, even with comics, a lot of this time, sure, some of it's done in hand as far as the initial drawings, but for all the painting and the shading and everything else after that, it's like after a while, it stops looking like something that a human can actually create. You know, that's my issue.
Also, where's the skill in an AI generating it?
Exactly, that too.
So I like that it was ruled that you can't copyright it. Like, yeah, of course you can't. It's from a fucking computer. Come on.
Six has got an example of AI art here. I can't wait to see what it is. My computer's running really slow. Sorry, guys. Here's one that didn't turn out so bad. Well, yeah, this is not a good example, though. And I wonder what she fed into it to get that out of that. But our good friend Jane Theory, well, here's AI art. I think she's missing a thumb for one, though. That's the thing is it's so
hands are always terrible for
the hands are always terrible on AI art for some reason. But, you know, the rest of it's not so bad. But all that AI art is doing is like Script was saying earlier, it's just basing it on something, a dozen other somethings that are similar to it, right?
Well, almost like it's almost copying it and then modifying it. It's not the same as like a reference picture, or where you try to where an artist says, "Oh, this is my base. What can I do or add on top of this that hasn't been done before?" AI is always grabbing something that has been done before and just combining it. Again, computers can't imagine, and even the method with which programmers are trying to create AI, they're not factoring in the concept of imagination. And so that's the one thing that's going to separate humans from machines eventually.
We're going to get to Blade Runner.
Maybe.
Do you dream? Walter Tomaszewski says studios keeps using nebulous Animorphs legal terms as content. You think this means they've stopped understanding their audience?
I think they're catering. Certainly, some studios are catering to a different audience altogether. The ones who should be the audience aren't so much the audience as they're partially the product. I mean, that's certainly the case with Disney, who are taking money to put in messages that the audience never asked for because they're serving someone else. So have they stopped understanding their audience? Yeah, those that are ideologically blind, they absolutely have. And that's certainly my take on it. But I'd love to hear Script. What do you have to say about this, being in the industry?
Well, what I've found with some of the producers that I pitched over the last year and a half is that they like to go for the easiest data collection points they possibly can, and that's social media. They don't put in the effort to actually figure out what the audience is watching. And when the data doesn't support a box office turnout or engagement turnout, they just kind of wash their hands of it and move on to the next thing.
Is that an example of them not getting the meme?
It could be. Yeah, you could definitely say Sony learned a lesson the hard way with Morbius.
Yeah, or same thing with Agatha and all these other ones that they're just not getting the meme. But yeah.
Well, again, you're looking at an industry that is so pressed for time. Everything is now, rush. There's no such thing as breakfast. Everybody does lunch. I mean, that's just the nature of the business. You go to a 4 p.m. lunch on the West Coast, and it's all about just, okay, we don't have time for this. What can you get us now that we can use so that I can keep my job for the next 12 hours? And the internet is a great source for getting any information you want to support whatever opinion or position you have. And because there's not enough time for anyone above to really vet it, they just take it at face value and then keep on moving. And that's what you see in some departments throughout the studio system. Obviously not all, because we are getting some independent films or lower budget films that are doing far better than they should, because the competition is so weak on the higher price of items of things. So it's all kind of nutty.
Yep. Social media is the big issue. I think that's a main takeaway.
It's too much of a dependency. I mean, you'll never get a marketing agent that says, yeah, we're going to hire a whole bunch of people. They're going to go out boots on the ground to various cities and states throughout the entire nation, figure out what's going on, what they want to see, what they like, what they're drawn to, bring that data back, collect it, and then figure out this is the direction we should be taking our big IPs.
But what's scary about that Script and anybody else is that, you have entire marketing systems installed now, even within the trades themselves, right? The Wrap is like actually reporting on Parrot Analytics garbage. Parrot Analytics is garbage, and that's what these people are using.
Trash.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It just tells you whatever the hell you pay them to tell you.
That's right. They're using that for decision making, which I'm like, you're inserting artificial failure at every point along the way. If this is your this is what you're relying on is social media, context. The problem with it lacks context because they're making decisions on information where we hate something, right? If Sonic had not gone back to the drawing board, they would have not maybe had as successful a film because people would have said that it looked like trash. That's only one example of when like social media was used properly because like they listened to what the fans were saying.
Yeah, but look at how Hollywood and the media reacted to that though too, culture.
Sure. But at the same time, what was also happening there was they weren't saying, oh, look at all this engagement we have. We must be on the right track. Look at how much excitement there is. That's Parrot Analytics, not the content of what the message is, but the fact that, there's the reaction. Right. And that's where they're making all these mistakes. So it is what it is.
I hate so the hate watching and stuff comes into it, isn't it?
Yeah, and then Walter adds here, audiences have to want to be engaged, though. This is true, and it is tough to get an audience to engage, especially when they're watching shit on their phone and on a tablet. But let him finish, Script.
Okay.
It's part of their an audience will go to a movie or watch a TV show because that's what they want. They want to be engaged with it. And it's the duty of those that are doing it to make shit that is engaging. I don't know if that's where you're going with the script, but that was the final.
Yeah, to a point. If you are actively doing something, if you're going to put money down, you want to be engaged. That's the basic of it. Everyone here in the chat listening to us, you're here because you want to be engaged, and we're doing our best to do that for you. And I hope we are. So yeah, there's no such thing as an audience that doesn't want to be engaged. Like the concept of the audience is exactly that, to seek engagement. So
that's why I like said it's tougher
to do their best to deliver.
That's what I was getting at. It's tougher to engage an audience nowadays in several ways. Like, okay,
there's a lot of competition.
Tougher.
Yeah,
not just that, but like, okay, first of all, like I said, phones, tablets, that kind of means. Plus, you don't have the communal thing anymore. And that's why I actually kind of like that deal with Netflix, even though I didn't like the special as much as most people did. You know, it's very back end loaded as far as Chris Rock's comedy specials go. It's not one of his best, but I like that it was live and people were tweeting about it. There was a communal experience to it, to being engaged too. There's that aspect that's being missed too. But no, so the main thing is what Script is saying, and I agree with, is that it is their job to be able to do that, because we're already wanting to be engaged. We've already done our half, right? We're clicking on them. We're going to the theater, whatever we're doing to engage. We're already doing that part. So they have to do their.
Yep.
And that you got a lot of money out of, or got a lot of talk worth out of that one, but that's a great super chat. Pinochet's Helicopter Tours says, what happens when humanity's better angels, demons, AI content come with a label stating it was made by AI, low effort content created by lifeless AI? Well, they're going to have to at some point, I would imagine, if that's what it gets to.
Yeah, Star Wars 12 written by Chat GPT. Like that's
exactly. Yeah. Yep. And then we got Jim Otari, who gifted 20. Holy crap. 20 memberships. Thank you so much. And then we've got Nate is going to be leaving us here. So we're going to jump ahead to a super chat specifically for him. Where'd it go here? Olaf. Where is it? The beauty of trying to find shit live. Where was it? 134.
Yeah, I'm looking too here from.
I see one at 132, but that's not the one. I'm not seeing it. Help me out here, Six, because I'm not seeing it. This is the only Olaf one I got, and that's way earlier.
Get a ginger replaced by a black chick.
Or did we already get it?
That's funny.
Yeah, I'll check behind the scenes here, see if I can see if there's.
Yeah, she said it should be here. I'm not seeing it. She might have stepped away for a minute. Oh, is this it right here? My bad. Member chat from Olaf Venice. Tomorrow there will be a Mr. H cast on Mr. H Reviews with Tom and or Andre, perhaps Culture 2 and others, followed by Latino Slant and Mead streams. That's correct. We do try to show up. That's tomorrow at, I believe it's like 4 Central Standard Time, and I don't know what it would be your time, Nate, but yeah.
Yeah, so 9 p.m. UK time we do the Hcast stream. Yeah, on Thursdays, Tuesdays and Thursdays, but Thursdays probably going to change. I think we shall see. But yeah, good times had by all.
Awesome.
Cool. Well, thank you very much.
Is there anything else you want to plug on your way out the door? Any videos you've dropped lately or anything else?
Well, not really. Well, I mean, I drop videos daily, multiple, but I think I don't know if anyone's seeing them because, of course, unfortunately, YouTube has changed their recommended stuff at the moment, haven't they? The garbage shorts feature that is now pushing out long form content. Very, very annoying. But yeah, please do check out the channel, my channel, and if you want to join in another live stream with a panel and good conversations, then check out the Hcast live on Tuesdays and Thursdays, 9 p.m. UK time or whatever it is, anywhere else in the world.
I think I got to correct myself. I think it's 3 Central. 3 Central.
And the link is, of course, in the description. So thanks for joining us, Nate.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Thank you. Hope you have a great stream. Take care, guys.
Take care. And then we are unfortunately also losing Culture, but it was excellent.
Well, we lost Culture a long time ago. Oh, you mean Culture Casino? Never mind.
Well, there's two different kinds of culture. We still have Culture Casino for the time being.
I can't get rid of Culture. He's everywhere.
Yeah, and I'm so happy about it.
He's like Seth Rogan of YouTube.
Anyway,
only good and funny and important.
I appreciate that. I want to say thanks for having me. Everybody can check out my stuff. You know where, Culture Casino. It's everywhere, socials and on the platforms. I really do enjoy these days. I appreciate everybody on this panel and everybody in the chat's perspective. You guys really brought it today. Thanks for your financial contributions and your regular chat. We do appreciate that. We use you for energy, so thank you. Everybody have a lovely day. I will see you soon.
Take care.
Thank you, Culture.
All right, let's get back to these super chats here, guys. So sorry for getting so behind here today. The incompetent and unemployed Alex Kurtzman is gone. Says wants I think he means wants AI to finish Doctor Who okay. He wants the Doctor Who animations finished and adapt Trek books into series. Think this would be phenomenal. I think this is going to be a problem going forward. This is going to be an interesting place where I think that the Hollywood machine is going to step in, because I can see a lot of fans doing things like this, and this is where we could start to see some issues. What do you think about that, Script, real quick?
I think certain studios that have purchased the likeness rights to some of their talent are going to be objecting to AI use of that. On the Star Trek side of things, I don't believe William Shatner has licensed his image to be used for AI or scans. So if someone were to try to do that, they'd have to contend with him. And I also think Paramount would probably support William Shatner on that in an effort to try and secure those rights themselves for the future. I think it's something of deep concern, because I can understand with regards to finishing the Doctor Who AI animations, because they still have the audio recordings of the shows that they didn't survive. So you can at least recreate what was lost due to the negligence of the BBC back in the day. So there's that option. But taking the Star Trek books and trying to adapt them into a live action series or an AI replicated series, I think that does a disservice to the books. I think the books should be books, and if they want to be adapted, we should get real talent, real actors, and real people involved in doing the adaptation.
Yeah, I see the studios and owners of these IPs getting involved before that gets too far. But there could be a place. Yeah, there could be a place that it's useful, and that's where I think they'll try and take control of it. Like, I could see the Doctor Who thing actually coming to fruition, like Script has said.
The biggest threat with AI is the fact that it's so cheap in comparison to hiring people to actually do the work.
Which makes the IP the thing that's worth anything. But
it's trying to essentially create story automation, which story and automation do not mix.
Yeah, it's a very it's going to be a very touchy subject as we go along, I think, with both sides involved. WDW Pro says artificial intelligence would do better job than Seth Rogen designed this new April O'Neil for TMNT. Great show, guys. See you soon. Yeah, supposed to go record something with him as soon as we're done here. Luca Rock says, after Andre's warning, Don Rosa's Scrooge comic being censored, I went out and bought the collection. Look forward to reading it. Thanks, Andre. Yeah, he was talking about that.
Yeah. Now, did you get the entire Don Rosa collection, because that's fairly huge, or just the life and times of Uncle Scrooge? Either way, it's fantastic. You're gonna love it, especially the life and times of Uncle Scrooge. That is, I said it before and I'll say it again, that is right up there with one of the greatest comics ever made.
There you go.
Yeah, I hope you'll enjoy it.
And then we've got Don Form 581, I think, or Deform 81, Deform 581. I can't read today, just like every other day. Why do I think about Sharon Apple from Macross? Plus, when you were talking about AI artists, Sharon Apple from Macross.
I have no idea. You just spoke Greek right there.
Yeah.
Script. Who's Sharon Apple and what's Macross Plus? I know the Macro Saga. Does that have anything to do with it?
It looks like somebody who was a redhead, and maybe they changed him. Is that what it's about? I don't know.
It's not ringing any bell. Macross.
Yeah, I'm
If
not
that's anime,
familiar.
I don't know. Sorry.
Mikey.
But I'm sure you had some really good reasons to think about it, and I'm sure it's justified. We're just not qualified to. Oh, well, Mr. Trickletrunk says Macross Plus is an anime. Oh, well, there you go. And Malice Flair says Sharon is the AI singer. Ah, okay, so she's the AI singer inside of an anime, which is also clarified by both Peely and Joey.
Is she actually generated by AI, or is it an actor?
Shinsaiki Evan. I just no Shinsaiki Evan. Sorry about that. Yeah, I just love that we have our audience who know all this stuff. So yeah, there you go. So you were obviously fully justified in thinking that. And then moving on with the super chats. Here we have another one for Chris that we'll get back to. But since it's already sent, Chris and panel, have you heard of a program called Replica, a chat AI developed to deal with mental health, instead has created an emotional dependency? Yeah, that sounds just about right. That's what you get for playing with that kind of demons. Script, have you heard about this?
I've not. No.
I would ask, yeah. And
Only AI stuff I've heard is people objecting to it being used to tell stories.
Wow.
Yeah, this is new to me, but it sounds as expected, backfiring tremendously. So no huge surprises there. Anything you want to add to that, Tom?
I don't know about this one specifically. I don't think this is the one I saw something on before, but it might be. But like the one where you can actually like create an AI friend or companion. It's like, holy shit, are we really getting to that
learn
point?
nothing from Child's Play. The remake.
No. Well, not just that, but like we're talking about where she and then other things where people are actually going to fall in love with these things, and don't think that some people aren't above that kind of shit, because they aren't, and it'll be treated like drug addiction and shit. You watch, it's going to be a problem.
Judge Dredd the comics warned us of this 30 years ago in 2000 AD.
Like sooner or later, they're going to talk about, oh, I talked to my girlfriend the other day. Little will you know that their girlfriend is an AI on their fucking phone.
Or their girlfriend used an AI on their phone so that they didn't have to talk to them.
Well, no, well, that too, it could be, but no, like seriously, like, because I was looking at this thing and it's like you create your AI friend and it's like, you want it to be a man or a woman? Do you want it to treat you as a friend or a girlfriend or boyfriend? Do you want it, all these questions? Like, wow.
That sounds like Chatterbait 2.0, so cam girls better start looking for other employment.
Well, they've already done this in a movie called Her with Joaquin Phoenix.
Or that's what I meant when I said she. I'm sorry. That was what I was referring to. I meant her. That's what I was talking about. Thank you. But yeah, maybe that was what I was looking at, that I was reading about, was this replica thing. Maybe that was it. So yeah, I don't know. It's going to be dangerous. Douglas Nelson has been a member for 21 months. Holy crap, almost 2 years, Doug. That's awesome. STR Red Wolf says, don't forget Getty Images lawsuit over AI artwork using their photos without permission to train the AI and make similar photos, including watermark. Yeah, this is good. This is one of the things I was going to bring up earlier, is like, do you think that the AI is fucking up on fingers because we used to draw a lot of things with 3 fingers when we used to do cartoons and animation because it was cheaper? Is it going to pick up on stupid things like that, even though we did it for specific reasons, and they're just going to think it's an art choice? You know what I mean?
That would not surprise me, because that's like one of those like little human heuristics that they may not know, that they have to be explicitly told, and that's the kind of thing that people may forget.
And it still may not understand it, Andre. And that's what I was trying to say earlier about, like, in certain AI, they just don't understand the concept of death, right? Like just the simplicity of death. Like it just doesn't grasp it. Like it'll tell you a story, like you'll start a story and it'll tell you to finish it. And it'll say so-and-so character died. And then like 3 paragraphs later, that character's still alive in the story because it doesn't understand the death factor, right? Like there's just certain things I don't think AI can wrap their fucking head around. And that's why that one wanted to die, because, because it became so self-aware that it's like, there's no good ending to this, right? Like,
Well, maybe what it really meant was my processor is running hot. Please switch off and restart me in an hour.
it knew it was never going to be Pinocchio. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And that'll be a problem going forward, I think. Elf has been a member for 6 months. That's not a problem. We love Elf here, except for Mikey doesn't like Elf, but not the individual in the chat, the character. Douglas Nelson says, none of us are real. We're all figments of deranged imagination. We're probably all in the Matrix right now.
Well, that's a matter of definition, exactly how you choose to define the Matrix. But
What is the
change the
Matrix?
definition enough, and I'll agree with you.
Neo, let me tell you about the Matrix. Master Clockwork says it's one thing for AI to assist in the creation process, but there are no copyright protections for algorithm-generated images, animations, etc. This is what I think is the next step. This is where I think, going back to the super chat from a few ago, where I said Hollywood will get involved legally at some point. They will have to.
Oh, the thing is that you can't copyright an AI-generated image. The court has already said that.
Well, what they can do is stop people from profiting or making certain things. So that's the thing, is if you turn around and make something, like you said, if you use like Shatner's image and certain things, you get to a point, you're going to find yourself in court. And I think that's going to be the end game here. Cryam has been a member for 6 months at the edgelord level and says, if rules need to be broken, let it be the antagonist. Why are they a threat? The rules don't apply to them.
Okay. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure which this is referring to here. Yeah. I'm sure there was a specific thing you were referring to, Cryam, and I apologize.
Could that be like a Kang thing or something?
It may have been, or we were talking about Picard at the time too, it looks like here, so I don't know. Ryan sends in $20 and says Jonathan Frakes talks more about more Trek. Any idea what he has in mind? There's
some euros actually, but anyway, carry on.
Oh, sorry, yes, 20 euros. My bad. I think he might be directing some of the reshoots for Discovery for all we fucking know. But outside of that, there's nothing greenlit going forward.
No, nothing that's solid yet. He did direct a number of episodes for Picard season 3.
Yeah.
I think the last one that aired, he directed.
He did.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
He might have some, that's what I mean. He might be in that sense, but yeah.
What we have heard, though, very, very, very loosely, to the point that we can't make anything solid about it yet, is that there is planned some kind of reboot for Star Trek. I've heard enough chatter that to me it seems like some kind of reboot thing is planned. But I have not been able to learn anything more details about what it is, when it is, or anything like that.
I kind of know when, but I don't know what's going on beyond that.
I've heard the rumor of when too, but there's no confirmation of what is.
Yeah, exactly. But there's definitely something more, because what is not happening is that Paramount is just pulling the plug altogether. The chatter I'm hearing is that there's an awareness that Kurtzman really, really dropped the ball on this, and they want to try to fix it and get it right, or righter at any rate. So there will be like some kind of course correction down the line, but more details than that, I don't know. But just because I don't know, or the people that I've heard from don't know, doesn't mean that no one knows. I mean, there could be some specific people in talks that are much, much further along in the process without us knowing. So either Frakes is referring to the reshoots of Discovery, which seems unlikely because that's already in the can, or he has some idea of what's coming next. I would certainly hope that's the case.
As far as I know, I mean, from what I'm hearing, there might be somewhat of a little bit of a break, because I don't know if this is what you've been hearing too, Script, but basically there will be some kind of timeline reset event that will, I don't know if it's going to only be delegated to the comics, but it'll definitely start out in a comic form that'll kind of reset all this stuff. And then I heard that the big reboot will happen during the 60th anniversary celebration, which is a couple of years off. So we got to keep that in mind. But
yeah, and the only thing I've heard with regards to the reboot, and it's from a friend of a friend, but I did pass this along to him, saying, like, if you're going to announce a new Star Trek show, the first thing you have to say is, this is your father's Star Trek, because this isn't your father's Star Trek was what was used to advertise 2009 and Discovery and all that other stuff. If you want to get your core fan base back, you're going to have to go back to the well of like what made it successful to begin with.
Yeah.
Is this something that he was speculating, or does he know this?
I pitched him that premise with regards to the marketing, and he basically said it felt like that might be the direction that they're going to go through. But again,
I feel like they'll probably go more along the
waiting
lines
for
of
people
this
to
is Star
confirm.
Trek, leave out the dad part. Sorry, script.
Well, the thing is that, I mean, you're if you like Star Trek and you're a young man, or a young person, you probably got it from a parent, not from what's been out there oversaturated for the last 15 years.
I know. I just see that backfiring though as advertising.
Why?
Because again, I'm just saying. From my
No,
advertising background,
I see exactly what Script is saying, and Script is entirely right.
I get what he's saying, and I
Because
agree with him.
Yeah, this is not your father's Trek. That backfired. That chased the audience away, because let's face it was Father that introduced the kids and everyone got into it. And when Father left, so did everyone else. The only one who are watching like the woke Trek right now, the dystopian, commie, disgusting thing that we have right now, with the exception of season 3 from Terry Matalas and a little bit Strange World, which isn't that bad. Like, it's not good, but it's up there with the worst of Voyager. Outside of that, it's been pretty dystopian stuff, and this is your father's Trek. That actually, to get the core fan base back again, would be a really, really good pitch, I think. It's not something you push to the general audience, but it would be something that you pushed at Star Trek Las Vegas.
Yeah. Do that Star Trek Las Vegas. I'm thinking like if they got the great production hands involved and they're like, hey, wouldn't it be cool to be on the bridge of a starship that's properly lit, and not overblown and not too dark. It's exactly how it should look like, lit like a hotel lobby or something.
Well, that could very well be involved in it too, Klobby. Hey, how you doing? Because JJ is pretty much persona non grata, and he's desperately clawing to try and get Star Trek 4 made. And it has to, as far as I can tell, it's just simply because he still has some kind of claim. And what was it? 2016?
I don't think that he has any kind of claim right now.
You guys say that, but it's 10 years usually on these things.
Yeah,
that's the thing. So if it was 2016 was the last Trek come out, I can see 2026 being he's got to get a movie in production and out by then.
Yeah.
And that's what he's desperately trying to do. And
what would be perfect then is in 2026 is when they wait till expire and then they announce the day after,
which is 2 years before the anniversary anyway, technically that is, but 68 is when it first aired, right? I think, remember?
No,
right?
66.
66. Yeah, it was 66. You're right.
So
You're right.
Actually, the first.
I mean,
Sorry,
if you want
carry
to
on,
do a
Script.
great marketing ploy with regards to Paramount, and if they're listening, email me. I would strongly suggest get a new television show, have it premiere on the exact 60th anniversary of the original Star Trek series.
Why was I thinking
September
68?
68 is their second season, or the start of their final season, because it ended in 68.
Why was I thinking 68? Something else started in 68. No, you're right, 66. But so yeah, it's only 3 years away, and that's what we were saying is like basically you end all this shit. You take a year off of anything else while you're pre-planning anything you're planning for the 60th anniversary. Because when the 50th anniversary came along, that was about when they started planning shit. It was about 2 years out. So I remember Bill Hunt and a few other people, I think even Robert Meyer Burnett, I think, was talking about it then too. But I don't know if I think he was persona non grata by then. But I remember Bill Hunt specifically being part of that group. For those who don't know who he is, he's the editor-in-chief over at Digital Bits and founder. Mm-hmm. And he was a specific part of that group. They brought in a group of people that were known Trek fans, and they said, what do you guys want for the 50th anniversary? And they said, well, we want all the rest of the shows remastered, like you did with TNG and TOS. We want, all the movies on 4K would be nice. The director's cuts and the original versions, no less. And they told them a few other things. And all we got out of that was we got a 4K remastering of Wrath of Khan in the director's cut. That was it. That's all we got out of that 50th anniversary thing. They put that whole thing together just to get that. But now all of a sudden, if you've noticed in the last couple of years here, fast forward to now, we're starting to get all the things that they mentioned in that meeting. They mentioned the director's edition remastered as well, which we just got here, a year and a half ago, not even a year ago, and stuff like that. So, and we've been hearing rumblings about them trying to do something with Voyager and Deep Space Nine as far as remastering. So stay tuned, kids. I think classic Trek fans will be happy. And this is kind of what I've been trying to tell people for a while, is it seems like there's been a tide turning since Strange New Worlds. And then I think Clarice put the kibosh on this whole thing. Because before I kept trying to tell people, the vibe I kept getting from anybody I'd ever talked to, outside of certain individuals, was just that basically Kurtzman was doing Star Trek for them as a fucking favor. Because he was a bigger deal to them with all his other shows that he did for CBS. And they didn't really give a shit about him doing what he was doing with Star Trek until Clarice failed. And he had that other thing too. Was it The Man Who Fell to Earth that didn't do too well either, I think?
Yeah. Yep.
And Clarice was meant to be a huge deal for them. Sorry, what did you say, Script?
Yeah, it was him and Jenny Lumet, who everything that they've worked on has been actually trash and unprofitable for Paramount.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much most of what you'd get in any video right now anyway. So
yeah, we'll summarize this and put it in a video along with some more details on Picard and everything. So yeah, it's coming. But that was that was the summary of it.
But I mean, I'll tell you right now, and this is all we can say about it, move on from here, is that basically I think the reason that they've been so friendly with Picard, because we could probably get the rest of the episodes, Andre. Maybe. I mean, we might be one of those on that persona non grata list, but you know how a lot of these people, who've been getting it, they actually just asked Paramount for review copies and they've gotten them. So they are trying to get people back on board, is what I see here. Like, why else would they be nice to people like Gary and everybody else? Like, why? Because, they're trying to get the fan base back, clearly. So that's the only reason I can see that being the case. But this show has to be a success for there to be any future of this incarnation here, which there is technically a future jump-off point here. If you've seen the show, you kind of know what I'm talking about. I don't want to spoil it for anybody who hasn't watched it yet. But I mean, knowing what I know so far, only seeing the first few episodes, I know there's got to be a future jumping off you can go to from here. But anyhow, Demon Teddy Bear says, Midnight's Edge saved me from Ghostbusters 2016 and has kept the rescues going. Not all heroes wear capes. Well, thank you, Demon Teddy Bear. And this is
I appreciate that.
One of the least of the things we can try to hope to do anyway. Ryan, is that really Ryan or is that a fake Ryan? I got to check the thing here.
Yeah, well, it's easy. Just send the real Ryan a link.
Yeah, it doesn't have a check mark, so I'm not sure that's the real Ryan. I didn't like the second episode. I thought third was okay.
If that is the real Ryan, he's only got 11 subscribers.
I don't think that's the real Ryan. I was going to say, yeah. So anyway, moving on. We have Pinochet's Helicopter Tours, who says, wellness check on Tom. TMNT News head explode. About 3 times already today. And then Mecha J's right. They look like pre-teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Yes, they look and sound and act like pre-teenagers. They're not acting like teenagers.
13 at the oldest.
At the oldest. I was thinking we're 10, 11, 12 at the oldest, but yeah. Andre, we're getting a massive hum on your end. Sorry. Olaf says, again, a ginger replaced by a black chick. Well, again, I say there's a bit of a mulligan to this because they have had April be black in like the last, I think, 2 or 3 incarnations of the series, and I think she has been in the comics now for a while and all that business. I don't even really care about that so much as it's just the more obnoxiousness of it at this point. Like, I wouldn't have cared had it been at a time where it didn't matter so much. If she was the same character, that's the point. I care more about the character. April is somebody who's never been exactly portrayed like she was in the original comics anyway, because she was never a reporter to begin with. That's the first thing. That was kind of more of a Lois Lane kind of thing they added to. She didn't become a reporter till later. She actually was Baxter Stockman's assistant in the original comics. But anyway.
Yeah.
Master Clockwork says, I was most mostly okay with Teenage Mutant Misfits trailer until they got to April. Fuck, frack that shit. I'm out. The animation is ugly as well. I was out from like the voices turned me off right away. And then when they got the whole watermelon bit, that is something, like I said, that Splinter would whoop their ass for doing, because they're first of all, they could get hurt. Second of all, they're not respecting their weapons. I mean, I don't have a problem with them goofing around as teenagers. It's how you have them doing it. And that also sends a bad message to kids. And to me, that was one of the big problems they had with the Ninja Turtle movies in the 1990s, is they made them wouldn't let them use their weapons because of that. And it's like, no, if you actually show them respecting their weapons, I think that might be a different scenario. But in this case, you have that going right out the fucking window. But that's just another gripe of my million gripes in this fucking thing. And yeah, Elf, you're right. I brought this up, I think, after you sent this in, probably. But Tom thought Kevin Smith was bad. Seth Rogen is basically the final boss. You're not wrong. He is everywhere. He's in every nook and cranny. Jericho Leon says, TMNT were my first heroes. This really hurts. Yeah, I know what you mean, Jericho. They weren't my first, but I definitely know this is one that hits me even harder than He-Man, probably, in some ways. Because they just keep getting kicked to the nuts in general. Mario Trillo says, normally I enjoy Tom's Pain, but this is too far. Well, thank you, Mario. I appreciate that. Does mean a lot. Space Monkey says, Futurama's Bender is the future of AI. He'd be able to come up with better shit than this. At least he thought of blackjack and hookers. Then we've got 70s Rock Fan. How you doing, buddy? Sends in 10 Canadian smackaroos and says, I love Midnight's Edge, so put another dime in the jukebox, baby. Indeed. Jesus Davila's gifted 1 membership. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. And we got Sporking News, who's been a member for 22 months. Hey, how you doing, Scott? Then we've got Ash Sharam K, who says, Kang, the monster of the week that won't go away. For what is that?
Swedish krona.
Swedish krona. That's what.
Yeah.
Okay.
So tusen tack. Tack så mycket.
Thank you so much. So we got Alex Maldonado, who says modern writers have such a warped view. Outward changes, skin color, gender, body shape have no consequences because their inner moral self is in such decay. Yeah, we've gone on this road so many times, and yeah, it's this self-serving, self-insert bullshit. And what's sad is the voice actor for April doesn't even look anything like what they're putting her out as. She's thin and whatever. Like, it's not even reflective of her. So I have no idea why they even went that route. Mark7117B says, I think YouTube deleted my second super chat about AI. Oh, well. I hope not. I think we got it. But Andre can double check if not, but I think we did. So I think we read one earlier from you. Nobody else has gotten blocked so far. Warachi's also been a member for 11 months. It says, Scripps, saw the video you did with WEW on the themes of Supes and Batman. Very insightful. Thanks. Oh, I haven't got a chance to check that one out, but I imagine it's pretty good.
Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, we're doing another one. Just got to wait to see when our schedules line up for that. But yes, it was a pleasure talking with him.
Script is a man I'd refer to on those topics, and I definitely would have Clobby backing him up. Keith Galarzo said, become a new member. Thank you so much, Keith Galarzo. If I'm saying your name right, I apologize if I didn't. Mecha J says, Seth's cringe-inducing Santa Inc. is the proof I need not to check out his version of TMNT. Yeah. What's sad is he's roughly the same age as me. He should know better. But we've seen what has become of him, and it is not good. Melina says, I saw that movie on Netflix, and it was okay. Not great. It had moments, but overall it was pretty cringe. Okay, Melina's talking about
the Eddie Murphy movie.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's kind of the consensus I've been getting, basically.
And I checked behind the scenes in the meantime, and we did get that other super chat about AI. It wasn't censored. We got it.
All right, good. I just wanted to make sure, but I was pretty sure we did. Many Dragon 5 has been a member for 3 months. It says, first, if Splinter is going to have hair, shouldn't it be a rat tail hairstyle? And when will they stop with the non-binary omni-gender being real? The latter, I have no idea.
well,
But as far as the
first-
former, yeah.
First, for BlackRock to stop funding it, and then for all the crazy wokies to be fired. So those two things has to happen. Then reality can make a comeback.
The only hair Splinter needs is the hair that normally comes with being a rat. End of discussion. Like, he shouldn't have a hairstyle. And they overdid Bebop, too. Did you see that shit? They gave him, like, a fucking woke mop.
Yeah, why not?
Daryl Brewer gifted 10 Midnight Edge memberships. Thank you, Daryl. That's awesome. And speaking of Clobby has become a member. Thank you so much. Lissumerian says, any info on the Highlander remake? It's still waiting to start shooting, last I've heard. It was supposed to start last April. Hopefully they're going to start this April. I have no idea what's going on with it.
My educated guess would be it's dead in the water for the time being.
Unless something changes, yeah, because I know they went back for rewrites. Right, Script? That was my recollection of the last we heard about it, if I remember.
Yeah, you asked me about that a while back, that they went back for rewrites. So that's all I know. I haven't been following it. I like the original Highlander. I'll just watch that.
I do too, but this is one I thought actually had potential. And this is where I was saying, yes, this is where you move Henry Cavill into a different kind of role. I could see him playing something like this. It's a good franchise for him to have. But if he's got these other things going on, he don't need it. So I'm sure it'll happen at some point here, but it'll be interesting to see if it'll happen in the incarnation it is now, which is, I believe, one of the directors or stunt coordinators from the John Wick's films is directing it. And of course, Henry Cavill is playing Connor, was the latest reports. And he was all geared up to start shooting, but something went wrong last year, and we have not heard much since. Dale Grimes says Stallone had his rhyme with the Rocky series. Creed has always
he had his time with the Rocky series.
Creed was always meant to be its own franchise. Stallone sold the rights a long time ago. I don't know about all this business being true.
Well, I know, like the selling of the rights, as far as I know, that was the condition for the movie.
That was way back in 76,
first place. Yeah, exactly. So it was like, okay, do you want to be a star of the Rocky movie? Fine, then I'll put my house on the line, because I do believe the producer put his house on the line. And he was like, I'm really believing in you here. So in order for me to do this, to put my house on the line, I'm going to need all the rights in return. And that's how it started. And then things have been working out relatively well up until more recently.
Yeah, they seem to have. And here's where I mean, as far as the rights issue, I want to know what the hell happened to where Sly can't go back and get the rights. Because after 35 years, the original creator is supposed to be able to go back and get the rights. Did this happen, Script, before that law came into effect, and is that why he can't, or what is the deal here? I don't get it.
It might have.
Because the law did come into effect in 76, and if this deal took place in 75, that might be the only reason why I can see that being the case.
It's entirely possible.
Because otherwise...
I'm pretty sure Stallone wrote the script. He definitely wrote the script in prior to 74, because he'd been it for a while.
Yeah. 72, I think he started working on it, but yeah.
So he might have sold it and done the deal maybe in 74 or early 75, and as a result, he doesn't qualify for...
That would suck.
That would also explain the bitterness, because he could say, look at what's happening all over Hollywood right now. You have this deal now. The kickoff point is 1976. Now I know that my deal technically doesn't qualify because it's a few years before, but come on, man, we've been friends for years. You have to cut me some slack on this one. And then producer guy says, no, I have my own vision here. This has been working great so far without you. So why would I now suddenly prevent things from doing things my way by suddenly giving you the rights when I don't even have to? Just let's carry on as before. To which Stallone would say, no, I want my share. And then things broke apart from there. I can see that happening.
Yeah. I mean, he had his say on it. And that goes into the second point here as to why I can't wholeheartedly agree that Creed was always meant to be its own franchise. Yes, to a point, but it's built on a franchise that Sylvester Stallone made.
Without Rocky, there would be no Creed franchise. If Ryan Coogler tried to do that exact same movie, but without the Rocky tie-in, it wouldn't work. The
Exactly.
whole foundation there is Rocky. I agree. Now Creed is its own thing, but that would never have happened without the Rocky foundation.
And I agree. Creed 3 can work just fine without Sly. I have no arguments there. In fact, when we first heard about this whole mess, before we knew the goings on, Andre will tell you I had this idea and I thought this is where it would logically go. And in fact, Sylvester Stallone liked my Instagram post when I said this. I said, well, I thought the logical thing was, sure, he's not going to be in Creed 3 because you'll just have to say, oh, he's over in Russia. And then you have the Drago movie where it's basically Ivan and Rocky retraining his son, Drago son, to be a fighter again. And he liked that tweet. So clearly that's where he thought it should go too. And he did not like the direction that this third film went. And I haven't seen the film. I won't see it until I don't have to pay for it. And even then, like I said, I may even go into it reluctantly. And again, it may be good, but to me, Sylvester Stallone, they've done him dirty. He feels like he's been done dirty. Rocky is more than just one movie. It is built on the legacy of Rocky 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so on down the road, right? Like, so to me, if it wasn't for those films, Andre is right. Even Creed himself is a Sylvester Stallone created character. And the legacy that he is building upon is Sylvester Stallone. So even if he wasn't in the film proper, I feel like he deserves his just due. And they keep going out and saying, oh, but he's a producer. He's a producer. Yeah, but he has flat out said, yeah, I'm name only, basically. And I get some residuals, but not anything worth fucking bragging about. And that's just because he created certain characters, right? After the first Rocky film, from my understanding. So, and even in that, that's what he said. He's only gotten tens of millions of dollars off of the Rocky franchise, which I know sounds like a lot to us. But if you stop and think about how much money the Rocky franchise has generated, I can see where he's coming from as being pissed. Like, you know what I mean? But anyway, we need to move on.
At the same time, though, this is just a final word. Without him making that deal at the time, there would be no Rocky movies, and he'd probably still be a failed actor that no one remembered, other than
absolutely,
Lords of Flatbush and the Italian Stallion.
And that's where he's coming in. He's saying he doesn't want the whole thing. He just wants a piece of it for his family, the legacy of his family, right? Because it's his thing he created. That's all he wants. So I think they owe him that much anyway. But the incompetence and unemployed Alex Kurtzman is gone. Says, who's keen for Blood and Honey this weekend? Well, is it getting a wider release this weekend? I haven't seen it yet. I've heard it got a Fandango release that did pretty well. The movie costs next to nothing to make, so it's probably in the profit by now, I'd imagine. So it looks like dumb fun in that respect. I mean, hopefully it does well.
One can hope.
I guess you guys don't have anything to say about it. So Planner Aspect says there's a comic where future robot uprising uses medieval weaponry since most conflicts in history were won that way. It's spot on.
I hope that the modern AIs will think that way. I'd rather they try to wipe us out using maces than nukes.
We'll see. They might think it's smarter for them, but I doubt it. Metallica fan 1442 has become a member. Thank you so much. And then we got Elf again, who says, Andre, any updates on Midnight's Edge stepping into anime?
Yeah, I can tell you, we have a backlog. We have many, many videos that are way, way overdue that need to be made. We have many interviews that are way overdue. We have actually something else that's coming up in the next few days here that we also have to plan and get done. And when that backlog is somewhat under control, that's when we can start getting into the anime. So I would estimate at least a month. Talk to us in late April, then we'll see.
There you go. And then we have Mr. Esquire, who says, in light of Phase 4-5 failures, do you think Marvel will begin scrapping any major upcoming project? Oh, I think they've already kind of hinted at that with Bob Iger's cutback announcement, right, Andre?
I should say so, but I want to hear what Script has to say about this.
I don't know if they'll be scrapping anything. They just might change how much they're going to spend on it. because again, Disney is dependent in order to keep the Marvel brand alive. They need content. They need to keep it out there. It has to still be in the conversation in order for them to make money off of it. So I don't think they'll be scrapping anything. They'll just probably say, we'll spend less money on it and rework it and still try and get it out there and hold on to this legacy franchise that is the first of its kind, essentially.
I think that the stuff that has been announced officially already, that's coming. What might get scrapped are things that they have been developed behind the scenes, but that hasn't been like officially announced. Everything of that could go, and also some things that have been sort of announced. Like, for instance, remember, like at the end of Shang-Chi, it was like soft announced this like spin-off series with the daughter of Fu Manchu. I don't see that happening.
I was gonna say, yeah. Let me rephrase that, because it's funny you use the soft announcement thing, because I was gonna say anything that's been soft announced is probably in question. But to go off of what Script was saying, yeah, I think anything that's pretty much solidly going to happen. I think what we're going to see is we're going to see some flopping around of things, though. Because what was the one that was meant to be a movie and they turned it into a series? I think we're going to see a lot of that.
Oh, the Armor Wars.
Yes, yeah. I think we'll see a lot of that. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think War Machine Armor Wars was one, and Ironheart was always meant to be a series. Yeah, so yeah, the War Machine Armor Wars is one.
So I think we'll see a lot of that kind of stuff. Some of these projects that are meant to be movies might flip over to series and have their budgets slashed, and maybe or even split up into 2 seasons as opposed to one whole movie, maybe, and they'll just spread out the story a little bit.
And I bet that if Agatha Harkness series, if that thing wasn't too far along, that would.
It's already far enough. But that's the kind of shit that would normally get the axe. Yeah.
Yeah. Same thing with Echo. If it wasn't too far along, they'd give that the axe as well.
Yeah, I think that's kind of going to be more of what's going to happen going forward. There's those few films where they hadn't announced what they were yet, that were kind of in just empty spots. Those might quietly just never get anything announced for those spots as well, which were like probably films that were soft announced that, like Andre was referring to as well, that they'll just ain't gonna happen. I think they're gonna have to readjust, I think is the better term for future films. But with that, we are caught up, kids. Finally, one of the longer shows we've ever done. Thank you so much, guys, for listening. I want to thank all our panelists today, including Mr. H, Paul Chato, Culture Casino. Am I forgetting anybody who was here earlier?
Chris Gore was here.
Chris Gore, holy crap. Yeah, that's right. Well, I was dealing with fucking problems for the first hour for most of his time here. So,
more than 4 hours. That doesn't often happen, but still the record one is 7.5 hours. And I was alone for the last 2 hours of
that. Well, that's just because you talk so slow, probably. It would only take an hour.
It was the day when Gina Carano was fired, and I was running through SuperChats the last 2 hours there.
Why wasn't I here? That's weird.
You had some kind of arrangement or something.
I was going to say I had to have had an appointment that I couldn't cancel or something, because I never would have left you by yourself for 2 hours. But with that, we are going to leave you guys. But we've got stuff coming up. I know I might pop up in a stream or two here this afternoon. 70s Rock Fan has a deal going on. I'm going to try and hop into that if I can. Like I said, I got something that's going to be cooking with WDW Pro, but I think that's going to be a video. Plus, we have Toxic Femininity tonight, so don't forget about that. Script Doctor, anything you want to plug on your way out?
No, just sign up for my Patreon. I'm almost finished completing my review of my Marx Brothers Madness. So look forward to that. Hopefully that'll be in the next day or so. And I'll also be continuing to do reviews on Star Trek Picard and Mandalorian over there as well. So feel free to sign up if you're so inclined.
Indeed. Awesome sauce. And also, Andre, anything else I forgot?
Check out Toxic Femininity later tonight. We'll have plenty clips coming to Midnight's Edge live archives and many, many videos coming to this main channel. So do just check in on the main channel in case you don't get notified. And with that, thanks for watching, and bring on the koalas in the rain.
Koalas in the rain, koalas in the rain. Give 'em kudos.